Mm-mm-mm. Hey, what's up, y'all? Oh, let me see. It's just a little high. Maybe that. I'm supposed to go live at 7. It is 9, but I was on another show with Nunu. Hey, Serenity, how are you? Loving, loving, loving. Hey, Ty. Mm, 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 I am really, really good. I have been trying to watch Bridgerton, but I keep getting interrupted. Ugh, I keep getting interrupted. Like I trade is interrupted, then something else happened. I haven't been able to really sit down and binge it like I want to binge it. I was supposed to go to the movies today so I can go see Morbius. Um, I keep the reviews are saying that it was garbage, but I still want to see it for myself. Because I like Jared Leto, and I just want to see it. But I didn't get to go do that, so I ain't got to do shit that I wanted to do this week. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I made a lot of money though, because it was trans visibility day, week, blah blah blah. I'm waiting for you to see it. It needs to discuss. Yeah, I've got to episode 2. I haven't really just been able to sit down. It's playing now, but I gotta do the live stuff. But yeah, I haven't really just sat down and watched it. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Today we're going to talk about visibility, just because I think this is a perfect after Trans Visibility Day. I think it's a perfect time to talk about it and discuss visibility and the good and bad and you know which I think is next. Hey, Miss Polk, how are you? This makes my titties look wet. This makes my titties look like they were right here. They're actually right here. But it makes them look like they way down here. Like, ooh. Hey, Vaughn. How did y'all spend y'all trans day of visibility? Did y'all feel visible? Did y'all feel like y'all got shown the love? Were people being really nice to you? Did they send y'all money? I did like 3 panels. Excuse me. I did like 3 panels back to back all day, and then I went to an event at night. So I did like 3 things back to back. So I woke up, event at 10, event at 1, event at 4, and then event at 6. So all day, visibility, child. It was fun. It was some great conversation. I did an event for this company called G Works out in the UK, so it was good because they had a lot of people from. They had people from on the panel. Was people from New Zealand, people from the Philippines, people from the UK, people from the US. It just was kind of like a global um, panel of trans people talking about workplace stuff because they're a workplace organization, global workplace organization. G Works is lowercase G Works, WORKS, and they do a lot of work around, you know, making workplace stuff inclusive. So I did that. And then I did an event after that with Patreon. And y'all know Patreon is, one of the leading tech organizations. And they were talking about it was an internal panel. So it wasn't to the public, it was to actual Patreon workers, their actual company and leadership. And so that was a good little gig. But they were asking how can they help support trans content creators that use their platform. And so they had me, Miss Peppermint from Drag Race, and a trans woman. I can't. She's from. She lives in Brazil. Um, but she was dropping gems. I loved her. She was dropping gems. And then I did an event with this organization, KC Transformations. I had done that too. And it was me, um, this girl named Joelle from the Normal Anomaly organization, and Stephanie Byers, which is a Native American politician out in, I think, Kansas. Um, and then who else was on that panel? Nala. There's a bunch of other people. It was pretty awesome. I had a pretty awesome, lucrative Trans Day of Visibility. Um, yeah, it was pretty decent. I had a good time. The shout out to T with Green and J. They did this little cute ass, um, this cute ass, this is this cute ass Instagram post with all like trans and non-binary people who host podcasts, and then whoever the little artist is, they did like a really cute ass picture for us. Let me show it to y'all if I can find it. So yeah, you see, 10 trans or non-binary podcasts hosted about trans people, and they did. This is a picture of us. Isn't that so cute? Yeah, it's so cute. They did a cute little art, and they did Girl Down podcast with Brianna. They did Trans Lash with Amara. Who else? B Scott, non-binary, of course. Unsolicited Fatty Talk with I can't say that. I don't know what that means. Maris Marcasel. I think that's how you say it. Um, Fenty podcast with Travell and Jared. Interhole Uprising and Bag Ladies. Hood Rap to Head Rap with Erica Hart and their partner, Ebony Donnelly. And Avion Whitney, Sensual Self. They did really good. So I thought that was beautiful. So I had a really good day yesterday. It was really nice. Can't wait to make the full transition. All sorts of emotions, but pacing day to day, work in progress, exciting times. Healthcare needs to catch up to speed. Already, I feel it in 2022. Good for you. Adrena Johnson. Hey, Diamond, I haven't watched in a while. Are you going to do more of the Pose reviews on Marsha's Play? I enjoyed them. And you singing Love Hangover. I still have some episodes that I haven't edited and put out. Um, because that's because I was going through so much had happened I had so many deaths. Our friend um, Nikita passed away from Queer Walk Podcast. Um, it just was so much going on, and I just didn't have the. It just was so much going on. It was so much going on, and I just didn't have the capacity to edit 2 shows every week. I was having an issue with my own, like the one show, having getting that out on time, and just doing 2 every week. Because when when I was doing the Marshall's Plate, the Pose reviews, I would put the Marshall's Plate show out on Thursday, and then to do the Pose reviews on Sunday, because that would be like when the show came out. um I can't remember, however it was, it just was the best time. But doing it 2 times a week, it just was getting very, very like, but I still have them recorded. I just haven't did it. I, and now that I'm like, have a little bit more, capacity. Now I'm like, is it too late? We did every single episode, but now I'm like, is it too late? And I was thinking about putting it on our Patreon, but I'm like, why would I do that when I have the rest of them open? Hey, Brandon. Hey, Brianna. Yeah, but I still have them. I just haven't edited them. I missed the last 2 episodes too. Oh, which one? No, it's not too late. Poster girl. Yeah, I guess I should just finish it out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is called. I'm getting. You can tell I'm getting old because I gotta do like this when I look at little numbers. This is called The Creator. It is the Superstay Matte Lip. Oh, the light is making it where you can't hardly see it. Superstay Matte. Yeah. Superstay Matte Lip. Superstay Matte Ink. And it is called The Creator. I don't know why it's. Yes, it does. It's a cheap version of heroin from Mac. It's a way cheaper version, but you almost the same exact color, except this stays on your lip because it's like a matte, and she stays, baby. But she's the same vibe as heroin. Yep, I love her. Mm, she's so cute. Doo-doo-doo. That kind of blue, that blue, pink, purple, that bluey pink. I like her especially when I have white hair. She's so cute. But all right, so tell me, what I wanted to ask y'all is visibility is, of course, we if you heard anybody talk about visibility, um, there are some pessimists that's like, oh, visibility, just bring more light to our community, and we have more deaths and da 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 da, all that shit. But it's undeniable that visibility leads to more acceptance. Um, it just really is. It leads to more uh, opportunity for education. It leads to more people see, especially if you give in stories. And a lot of people are like, I just had a conversation with some butch queen and some non-binary people, and they were kind of complaining about pose, and I'm like, well, this is the thing about since we brought up pose, this is the thing about storytelling on just creating those kind of stories anyway. That's why we have to have more. One avenue of storytelling, one person telling you the story, one person it's like me on YouTube. Yes, there's going to be tons of stories that I tell you about me, but you need to hear Brianna's story. You need to hear Carla's story. I don't know if y'all remember Carla. Y'all probably don't know her, but Carla, if you're an old YouTuber, you might remember her. She used to do these videos talking, and she was, and she the premise, not the premise of her videos, but she used to talk about losing weight sometimes. But she was a priest, or she was a priest that one of the first like trans Episcopal preachers, um, and she had transitioned. Later in her life, she was a black trans woman, and her name was Carla Robinson, and she don't do YouTube videos no more, but she used to, and she was telling a story about her transitioning and her issue and her story around becoming one of the first trans Lutheran priest. And so that was an amazing story to me. She's had this little saying, like, she was like, this is something from Lake Weight Be Gone. And she just was an adorable older black trans woman, just you know transition later in life, and just and usually when we see trans women who transition later in life, we see the white one, the white older trans woman that was married and had children, and not saying that their story doesn't matter either, but this is the first time that I had seen a trans woman who was older, that recently transitioned, that didn't have that story. She had, though she transitioned later in life, she didn't have like wives and kids and shit. She didn't really live that stereotypical life in regards to that. And so I say all of that to say there are tons of stories out here, and we need to be able to hear all of them. Not every single one, you feel what I'm saying? But the more stories we have out here, the more people we have creating and putting it out there, the more chances for somebody to find it and be relatable. We have that's why you would never catch me saying something like I don't want, like let's say Caitlyn Jenner. I vehemently disagree with Caitlyn Jenner. We don't have anything in common in regards to our transition, in regards to like how anything about our history, it just does not match. But should somebody know her story? Absolutely. I think it's amazing for you to go to be this diathlon, or whatever the damn word is, Olympian, to being this older trans woman, white conservative trans woman. I don't fuck with you on that level, but it's an interesting story. It's a powerful, interesting story. And so other people be like, oh, I don't want to hear from that bitch. But I don't want to hear her politics. But I think her transition is an interesting story. It's a quite interesting story to me. So I'm never going to be the one that doesn't want to hear somebody's story. I don't want to hear Caitlyn Jenner's politics. Um, I don't want to hear her. I don't want to hear her white privilege politics, because, especially in relation to trans people, because you're out of touch with people. You're more in touch with your old self than trans people, trans women, trans people. Um, so for me, I don't want to hear about your politics, but I do want to hear about your inspirational story. Um, Yeah, I don't follow her. I'm not gonna follow her. I don't want to give her any numbers. But I think her story is interesting. I think it's an interesting thing. No, she's not. Sorry, Kate is not realistic. I don't know. Real, what do you mean? What do you mean realistic? What does that mean? So I can know if I agree with you or not. What do you mean realistic? And when you say no, she's not what? I love Carla and her channel was it's just me. Yeah, it's just me. I love that. I used to watch her, you, and when you and Tyler used to have trans interest heart, there was a lot of black trans women channels back in the day. I think it depends on who you ask, or sometimes it can be old school versus new school. I'm old school. I used to think that way, and now I have a more open mind to visibility. We are in a different time. I think that as a person who has been on the internet for a very long time, I think I started being on the internet probably around 1999, 2000. Um, I don't know. I found it powerful. It was very, very powerful to me for me to meet other trans people in their capacity online. It was powerful. Now I'm a privileged person in the sense of I grew up with trans people. Like when I came into my transness, I had a homegirl that was trans too. So I never can say that I felt alone in my trans journey because I knew trans people. My best friend was trans. Bitches we fucked with was trans. It was trans people. So it wasn't. I'm not somebody who was like, oh, I'm the only one like me. I'm alone. Gosh, no, I don't know anybody like this. I am privileged in the sense of that. I always had once my mind was like, oh, I'm a trans person. I had my road dog Ty. She was right there. So I had somebody who was trans and other people who were kind of questioning their identity and other trans girls in my city. So I never felt like I was alone in that regards. And I think that's a blessing for me as well. But that visibility, me seeing during the time of when I left Indianapolis and I went to college, I was the only one in my when I went to Jackson State. I was the only one. There was no trans girls going to Jackson State. So I went from the time I'm 13, 14, all the way until I'm 19, until I leave Indianapolis with a circle of trans friends, a circle of queer friends, lesbians. It just was it was a community of queer people to go into Mississippi where it was no one. Will you ever do more videos with Ty? Ty, we just have different schedules. She's always, that's one of my will always be my sister. She's always somebody who is going to be in my life. And so she came over here. We recorded a song. So I got a song with her that's probably gonna come out. I'm still editing the video. It's not a video. We just recorded a song and I'm trying to put like little we both are rapping and I'm trying to put little pictures that that's references to our rapper. And so that's gonna be coming out. But as far as us doing videos together, she's a busy girl. Ty is one of the leading drag entertainers here in our city, and she works at different clubs all the time. So we just don't be really having time to record. And then when we do have time for each other, it's not work, it's family time. We spend our holidays together. It's like it's not work. It's like we spending time with each other, our family, our people. So we don't really be thinking about recording. That's not really her stilo. Um, but yes, what my point was, I feel like people are. I think it's powerful. Look at like even if you are old school, in the mindset of old school and not being visible, um, seeing other girls like on YouTube, being able to watch other girls talk and tell their stories and their experience. When I came on YouTube 2008, all I saw was mostly young. There's some older, but mostly young trans women and men talking about how long they've been on hormones. Like it would be a video, the title would be 3 months on T, 6 months on estrogen. And if a trans woman or trans man had got some type of surgery, 6 months post op, 1 month post op. It was all about medical transition. Was talking about their nobody was talking about lived experiences in the concept of living life as the gender that they are, that living life, in their womanhood or in their manhood. And as a trans person who transitioned in the 90s, that hormone stuff, I had been on hormones. By the time I cut the camera on for YouTube, I had been on hormones for years. I had surgeries. I had, my titties. And so I had already lived in my truth for so long that I didn't really relate to those stories. It was cool seeing people's pictures and their transition and on a science nerdy type shit. Like, oh, look at them transition and see how 3 months how much they have changed. And it was cool watching that. But as far as me learning something and me like really being like, oh my God, I'm learning. I didn't up outside, it wasn't anything on YouTube that was sharing their stories. And so what I brought to the world, this not to the world, but to the world kind of, but to the YouTube space, was I was telling stories about my lived experience. Everybody was trying to act like they don't get fucking clocked. It felt like everybody was acting like nobody was telling the ugly side of transness. Was you getting clocked? Was weird shit happening? That's why I created the funny trans stories, because there's some shit that happened, honey. My titty popped. The lady at the place saw my tuck, or some strange stuff. I was trying to be different in the sense of sharing real situations instead of always sharing the positive. And that's what I felt like I was seeing. I felt like I was seeing an unrealistic, um all the girls who was getting on the recording with a man, it was about, I got a man. So let me talk about how amazing my relationship is and how he treats me like the woman that I am. And nobody was telling the ugly side of the trans story when it comes to the niggas. No, so that's why I started the Love Beneath, because I wanted y'all to hear the stories of what I was going through with download niggas stealing from me, niggas doing crazy ass shit. Nobody was giving it. And so that's what I was trying to give. And I think for me, people that I resonated with was people who were giving that realness. And I started to see it more and more and more once I got there. And I think that representation is powerful. I think that visibility is powerful. I'm not saying that visibility is the end all be all. Of course not. Visibility doesn't give us tangible justice, tangible rights, tangible protections from some of the bullshit that we see out in the world. But what it does give us is, when I see somebody tell me about something that they've been through, it's something that I can relate. I don't feel alone. I'm like, it's somebody out here doing the same thing. And sometimes they can help me not go through a trials or tribulation that they went through, because I hear the shit that they went through. And I'm like, oh, this is what Diamond was talking about. Maybe I can avoid this in some kind of way. And you can learn some tips and tricks about whatever situation it is. I think that visibility is important to me. Let me see what I'm saying. Yes, it's about transition, not about their life in the world. Yes, and that's what I saw a lot. And then it's so many times, and this is one of the most um, powerful testaments for me, is when somebody says, and I have heard this so many times, When somebody says, I started sneaking and watching you when I was 13 years old. And now I am 23. I am 25. I am 28. And they'll have some type of story about some how it resonated with them. To me, that's one of the most powerful testaments that I love to hear, because while you're doing it, you don't know. And it happens to people, it happens with trans people, but it also happens with parents. Parents too will have hit me up and said, yo, like, I was able to understand my child a little bit better because you were an adult. My child was somebody, because they were my child, I'm automatically going to think you don't know what you're talking about. But because you are on my screen and you are an adult, you're living the life that my child is telling me that they feel, and you're able to reflect and have your mother on the show and have your mother be like me, a black woman, and I'm a black woman. I usually, this one lady said, I'm a black woman, so seeing your mama on here explaining it the way she explained it, that's what I related to. And her being honest, and you were allowing her to be honest, saying I really wasn't fucking with it at first. But I have to grow with my child, because this is what my child gonna do. They gonna either be sneak and do something else. And her saying, her seeing that allowed her to accept her child a little bit better. It just, I think that visibility is important. And it it does something. I think it's really important. Um Yes, I remember that. I used YouTube to map out the timeline of my transition. It was all about the order of things rather than people's personal lives. Facts. I still remember the first time I ever saw your videos, what video it was. I love the fact that you talked about the lived experience instead of only focusing on the physical transition. Yeah, that's nobody was given the shine, baby. Nobody was. There was other people that started, but I I just not no black girl. The black girls were putting their makeup on. Not that that's not important, but it was giving me. It was giving. Let me be pretty. They rarely got on camera without no makeup on. Hmm. You did. You told the story about the drug testing, and the woman was like, "Oh my God, pull down your dress." Yes, I just like how you were real and not talking about surgeries. Yeah, and even when I did get my FFS back in shit, I got it in 2013. I didn't even want to post that shit. I didn't really want to post it because it was like, this is weird. It was weird. It just felt weird. Thank you, secondary. I think the first video I saw was the Rest in Peace Eric Major too. That was the old nasty church mother hat. Yes, Brendan, I purposely put that hat on. Oh, baby, y'all don't understand when I found out he died. It was so surreal. It was so surreal. I felt like, honey, all my hoodoo magic had worked. If you are cisgender or trans, do not do silicone injection. I did not good. Mm. Silicone changed my life, so I don't know. I can't talk down on silicone. All my experiences have been mostly good or average, great or average, never anything bad. So I'm never gonna talk down on silicone. There's just better options nowadays that you can do. Um, but then the BBL, they have the highest mortality rate. Um, um, they have the highest BBLs have the highest mortality rate. So I mean, everything has their risk, baby. Your job is to do what you can to lower those risks. When you made the video about Eric, the people was in the comments going off and they couldn't take your truth. But I'll also clock that it was girls, cisgender girls that he dated that were in the comment too saying she not lying. I seen her pictures in his phone. Clock that. And not only did they say she not lying, I seen her picture in her phone, but he was abusive like that to me too. He was violent. That was so wild. Such a wild scenario. And then after I put that video out, people that were connected to his family were coming up to my job talking about like agreeing with me, like saying, girl, we know you was telling the truth because this and this and this and this. I'm like, why would I be lying? That's first of all, why would I? What's the reason? What's the reason for me to be lying? Mhm. I'm like, it's literally my first ever criminal charge. Literally. I got the court documents to prove it. It's literally my first and only. But what is the old saying my grandmother used to say? A bought lesson is a taught lesson. Cause baby, that was a lesson, baby. That was a lesson, baby. Cause I bought that motherfucking lesson. It was a lesson to keep my mouth shut. I thought in that scenario, I thought that if I was able to prove to the detective that he was lying, that I wouldn't get it. Not that I wouldn't get in trouble. That the detective wouldn't take it as far as he did. So he had lied to the detective and told the detective um that we had jumped him because he wasn't down with the trans thing. But I had all of our messages saved. And when I showed the detective was like, this nigga, so this really nigga really just a down low nigga. And he didn't arrest me. He was coming to arrest, and he didn't arrest me. Literally didn't arrest me. He wasn't gonna arrest me. The problem was when he went back to the office and explained everything that went on, the people was like, "Well, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about?" She literally admitted that she did vandalize his car. So yeah, he might have been lying, but he's admitting that she's admitting that she wore that out. So boom. So the detective calls me and says, "Look, I think this shit is fucked up, but I can't do nothing about it. I got to put out a warrant for your arrest. But this is what I'm gonna do. I don't think you should. I'm not gonna come and put you in handcuffs and lock you up. I'm gonna let you go down to town and do a non-arrest bond. We're not gonna arrest you. You just go down there, get fingerprinted, and get on your bond. Pay the people your bond people, but you're not gonna go to jail. Just don't do a non-arrest bond." And I appreciated that. He was like, "We're not gonna come arrest you. Don't worry about it. We're gonna do a non-arrest bond." And that's what I did. I went in down there, did my little fingerprints and work. Basically, you get booked without going to jail, without getting arrested. And then they give you a court date and you do your thing. And because I had never been locked up or anything like that, they basically gave me probation. I had to pay fucking $1,200. I had to write him a letter of apology, which almost got me locked up because the first letter that I wrote to him, it was so late and sarcastic that the judge was like, "Now, bitch, now you know I'm not playing with you. Do you want to go to jail? You must want to go to jail." I said, "No, I don't want to go to jail, but y'all didn't even look at the facts. I'm literally showing y'all the facts. You just locked me up. I'm showing y'all the facts, and I couldn't afford to go to trial. So you don't even know what happened in this case, and you making me apologize to him. He doesn't deserve an apology." And she was like, "Well, if you wanted me to see the facts, then you should have took it to court." I can't. I am a poor trans woman. She said, "Look, you got two options. You write this man a letter, or you go to jail. What you gonna do?" And you writing all of this, it don't even need to say all of this. All you gotta do is say sorry. That's it. And the next time she saw me, I had a letter that says, "Dear Eric, I'm sorry, Diamond." And she said, "Easy, huh?" Anyway, but yes, lived experience. Lived experience is important. Also, I think it's hopeful when you see girls that's older than you, when you see girls that's been through shit that you done been through. It's hopeful. It's you're able to see the girls and say, "Oh, okay, this is this girl is living her regular life, doing some regular shit. Everybody, you ain't got to be a drag queen. You ain't got to be a prostitute. Not saying that there's no not saying that there's a problem with being a prostitute if you want to be a prostitute. Diamond Styles didn't want to be a prostitute for the rest of her life. That wasn't something that I wanted to do. Now I'm not. I didn't. I got lazy and got fun for a little minute. But it's not something that was I wanted to be a porn star, sex worker all my life. That was a tool for me to survive. So I wanted to do something else. And so me seeing girls doing regular shit, and it don't matter, it didn't need to be rich boss bitch shit. It just needed to be regular. My gay mom was a bus driver. I thought that was fucking amazing. A bus driver, bitch, you a regular bus driver, bitch. I don't know no trans woman that's no bus driver. That was a regular ass job. And I was like, "Oh, that's amazing." That was amazing to me. That seeing those kind of opportunities, seeing those type people. Did I want to be a bus driver? Fuck no. I don't want to be no fucking bus driver. But her doing it made me think like, what do I want to do that's a regular job? You know what I'm saying? It's a possibility model. Exactly, Brandon. The visibility gives you those kind of things. Um, then the next thing, seeing some also another and thinking about passing, seeing somebody who doesn't pass do a regular job. That's also inspiring. I saw this girl at the fucking Starbucks being a regular barista. Nobody was wearing her out. She was just being a regular barista, making our coffees, being regular. And it was so cute. It was like, yes, bitch. It was so cute. It was nobody wearing her out. It was just you just working. Yeah. It's just something that it's something that inspires me too. It's like, oh, because and when I was younger, passing was the thing. Passing, and it was like you can get a job if you pass. So be as fish as you possibly can. Um, Even my name, Diamond. Um, I remember in Indy trans women stayed in healthcare. Honey, that sizzling Sandra. Sandra stayed in her little nurses scrubs, baby. She stayed working in Methodist, baby. I lived. I lived for it. She was a sizzling Sandra was always in Indy. She was always in her scrubs, baby. Always had a cute little house, little place, little apartment, decorated, cute, looking cute. Sizzling Sandra was a working girl. She was drag queen too, but she was a working girl. She stayed in her scrubs. Every time I would see her on the bus, people would be clocking her, but um, but she was working. I live for Sizzle, working every day, baby. Who else was working? Oh, this may go back too far for y'all. That motherfucking Chili, y'all might not know her. Chili stayed. She was the manager at fucking White Castle. Stay at work with her hair and some freeze curls and some bangy hoops, painted with a lip in her outfit at White Castle. You will see her at the club beat in some Cinderella heels, all that kind of stuff. And but she'll be at White Castles. I ain't never seen her at Wendy's, but I seen her at White Castles working. Trey would be wearing her out, calling her all kind of men and stuff, but she would be working. She's getting her check. She's getting her hours. You remember Nari girl? She was Nari is Angela. She's a sex change now. She was working at while she was on YouTube. She was working at Mac, the White Castle by Methodist. No, Chili worked at the White Castles at off of 38th and Keystone. Chili used to work at that one. That's the one I remember her at. Now I remember she did for a little bit work at the one on 16th in Illinois by Methodist. She used to work at that one just for I think they were trying to find the store manager to take care of that store. And so she came from her store to that store for a little bit. But her main store that I remember her at was on 38th and Keystone, across the street from Popeyes. But yeah, Angela actually is from Indiana. Angela from Indiana too. But Angela was when we were coming up, she was a boy. She wasn't a girl yet. She hadn't transitioned yet. Sorry for that old school language. Angela Angela was Angela moved to New York and then transitioned. When she was in Indy, she wasn't. She hadn't transitioned, so I didn't really know her pre-transition. I didn't know her. A trans girl on here that's a flight attendant. Yeah, I knew some girls that were flight attendant. I don't know the ones that was on here though. Also, Angela also made money doing stripper makeup on the strip clubs. Yeah, I love Angela. Angela was cool. I always worked. I always had a job. I I don't know. I always had a job, but I don't know. I always had a job. My first job was at IUPUI. That's where I met Strawbella. She hadn't transitioned yet. Um, um, we were both part of this program. Thank you to Marcus for becoming a member. Make sure you enjoy the videos that I have there. I put all of Marcia's play videos on there, and then I upload a couple of other kind of stories on there too. Um, yeah, rest in peace, Starbella. I met her. We both were little boys. We both was little queer little figgy. Little faggots. And then, but as soon as we met, honey, we were tipping to Betty Boots in our girl clothes. Hmm. Oh yeah, Angela was doing her thing in New York. Um, then I worked at Wendy's. Remember when I worked at Wendy's on 22nd and Meridian, Deja? I used to work at Wendy's under this white girl that I didn't like, that thought she didn't think she was black. She knew she was white, but because she had mixed kids and dated black boys, honey, she thought, honey, she was, I'm blacker than black people. Not black. She would say, I'm blacker than some black people. No, Rebecca. Your name is Rebecca. And you're white. That was the first time I had that. It was funny. Um, yes, come through punks. So up north, we don't really call them punks. Punks is like in the South. That's a South thing. I had to learn that in the South. That's what they call it. Young punks, baby. Up north, punks in Indiana. If you grew up in Indiana, punk meant like you was weak. Like if you let somebody punch you in the face and you don't do nothing, you a punk. It ain't. It didn't. In me growing up, I don't know nobody else, but me growing up, punk was that. It was like you was scary, you was weak. Um, Punk wasn't really associated with gay until I came to the South. When the South, that the connotation was that they'll call you a punk, and it meant faggot. Um, yeah, punk was more, in Indianapolis, it was like you was a bitch. Even my mama, she was like, "Yeah, you might be a faggot, but you ain't gonna be no punk." That's something my mama would say. um, then when I went, that was at that was in my teenage years. I worked at Wendy's. I worked at Steak and Shake for like a week, but that whole waiter life was not my thing. Worked at Chicken Plant. That was when I went to Mississippi. Yes, I worked at the hatchery in Mississippi. And then where else did I work in Mississippi? Oh, then I went to school. Then I went to and work study, and I ain't really had no job other than work study in Mississippi. That was when I was an RA. So that was my resident assistant was my work study job. And then when I went back to Indianapolis, I worked at Hewlett Packard, got fired from Hewlett Packard because I was trans. And then I got into escorting. When I got into escorting, I worked at Bath and Body Works. That's when I started at Bath and Body Works. Um, Hewlett Packard, Bath and Body Works. Oh, and then this restaurant, which was my favorite. I love this job. It made me feel so chic. I worked at this restaurant in Indianapolis in the Broad Ripple area called the Corner Wine Bar. and it was so nice and classy. And I loved it because I was the host. Um, I was the host, and I got to get a cut of the waiters' tips. I got a cut as the waiter. Ooh, wasn't they food delicious? They used to have this bowl, this cheese bowl with like fire ass cheese and walnuts and fucking Granny Smith apples. Oh, in this bread bowl. It's a typical thing, but it was so they how they made it was so delicious. Anyway, I used to get a cut of. Not only did I get my hourly rate instead of getting paid the waiter's rate, I would get as the host, I would get my hourly rate, but I also would get a cut um of the waiters tips because I helped them with drinks, I helped them with stuff, so it was good. But yes, that bowl was fire. So my money used to be so cute. Then I worked at rallies. When I was in Indianapolis, I worked at rallies. That was when I was a teenager too. Rally. I got fired for rallies because my register came up short $2. But you know that was a setup because she wouldn't even let me give her the $2 because I I didn't take the $2. I didn't know I must have either miscounted or whatever. But when I counted my register was right. So I think it's because I was trans. That's what I think it was because. Because why would you fire me for $2? I can see if it was $50, $100, $2. I could have went in my couch at my house, and I live right across the street, and gave you $2 worth of change out of my couch. You fired me for $2, you're like entire. Um, then after that, so when I came back to Indianapolis, yes, I started escorting. Did escorting change my life? Did escorting change my life? On a couple of levels, it did. On a couple of levels, I don't think if I was an escort that I would have traveled as much as I did. I've been to almost every major city in this country, and some outside of the country before I was 25. So I got to travel and see the country. Um, there was money. There was times when my first week of escorting, I made the most money I had gotten out of escorting was at that point in my life, not out of escorting, but the most money that I had got was a refund check. So some when when you file people kids and shit, my aunt had set it up, and I had got a cute ass refund because I had my brother, and I think my refund was like 2,200, something like that. Escorting, I made my first week escorting. I think I made 2,700. And so for somebody who had never made any money, I was like, I made $2,700 in 3 days. Why would I do anything else? So for somebody who you know what I'm saying, who never made money, it was big money. And then as you keep going and you start being full time, it started to be like, oh my God, this is a lot of money. Like I'm making money. Like I was going to get pumped. I was paying my bills. Bills was caught up. It was cool. It was so good. It was so good. Um, and then it opens you up about your body. I've talked about this before. Um, um, you know, how can I say this? How can I explain this? You also a visibility thing. All right, so you transition when you say, okay, I'm living my life as a girl. I'm presenting how I want to present, living my girlhood. at the time, if you're a teenager, girlhood, and bam. What happens is the world responds to you. Okay. So it don't matter where you are in your transition or your look or your passability, da 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 da, the world responds to you. And so early in my transition, it was a mixed bag. Okay. You got the people who, you get what I'm saying? There's gonna be some people who are like, oh my God, you so pretty, you so pretty, you so pretty. And then there's gonna be some people who say, I really can tell that you look, I still can tell that you used to be a dude. Or they say, um, I think one of my aunts was like, I can always tell trans women because they got big old feet and big old hands and da 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 da. All these things. Everybody got your flaws are become the center of your world, not just within you, but within everybody else. Everybody is trying to critique what you look like, what your makeup look like, what your hair look like, what your feet look like, what your hands look like, what your Adam's apple look like. Can they see your Adam's apple? I don't got one. So it's always some negative shit. It's always once you transition, everything is about your flaws. How can you fix them? How can you get the money to fix them? How can you grow breasts because you don't have them? How can you get hips because you might not have them if you don't have none? How can you get thicker because you're so fucking skinny if you're not thick? It's all about your flaws, all about it. It's all about fixing something that's wrong. So your whole life, to me, and this may not be everybody else's experience. So I'm not speaking for I'm not speaking for a trans woman, all trans women, because everybody comes in the game at different levels. But for me, as far as this house and this experience, everything was about my flaws. It was about getting to the next level. So when you get into escorting, the clients are paying you for the body that you have. They are coming paying you 250, 300, 400, 1,000, depending on how many hours they paying for. They come and paying this money and worshiping you. Like literally, like they like what you got going. They like everything about you. Can this be true or not true? Maybe, maybe not. But they're worshiping you. Oh my God, I love your long legs. Oh my God, I love this and I. They love everything about you, and that is a confidence. You're right. That is a confidence booster. It got for me. It got to the point where you dealing with this hood trade ass niggas who might or might not be. Sometimes they be living for you too, but there'll be some that are trying to play on your insecurities and you know, um, I can't wait till you get some titties, and they might not even be saying it um to you get what I'm saying to make you feel bad. It's just that once again, this is centering my flaws. And so trade can make you feel laid, especially the motherfucking free ones that you hooking up with, all that kind of stuff. It can make you feel uncomfortable. But you got motherfucking trade that's like, you got the clients, I mean, that's like, oh my God, you're gorgeous. Oh my God, I'm gonna come back to see you next week with all this money again. They are you so worth it. Oh my God, and you got them coming back every month, every week. Everybody rotation is different. You'll see some clients that's every 3 months. See some clients that's every month. Some clients they come for back to back for 3 weeks, and then you don't see them for 3 weeks, and then they come back to back again for 3 weeks. It's all over the place. But they're coming back and they're telling you how amazing you are, how beautiful you are, everything, all that kind of stuff. So it is yummy. It is a beautiful thing. So you get to the point where that confidence booster, first of all, you are advancing. That's number one. You're making enough money to where you can go get your body done and get stuff done and advance in your transition. And so that confidence translates into your real life. So you get to the point where you like, I don't even fuck with niggas that ain't paying me. I ain't even fucking with no dude that is remotely making me feel like I'm less than. I'm not messing with anybody that is get out of here. Where is my Jesus, baby. Trade will low key hurt your feelings once you get used to clients' love. Anybody who say some dumb shit, I start fucking with them. But I'm talking about when I was younger. You know, you just kind of being young and dumb, dealing with the trade. But as I got older, you know, and so I won't say it changed my life. Like it did change my life. It wasn't some huge ass thing, but it was a substantial contribution to the betterment of my life. And I met more girls. I met more trans women across the country. There are some trans women that I've been friends with that have helped me so much, and I have never even met them. There's a girl in Miami named Josie. Our birthdays is close together. I met her, I want to say, in a Yahoo chat room back in like '03. Anytime I need some tea on a city, her and Jade, TS Jade, anytime I need some tea on where to put my ads, where to stay, any kind of tea, Josie and Jade, they spilling all the tea. They not holding back. They are even call some clients and say, my homegirl is coming up there. Make sure you treat her right. And I have never met Josie in my life. Never met her. She's been on my friends list. We've been like following each other, but I've never met her in person. So it's some girls who I just really, really appreciate that I've met in this journey through sex work. I don't know. Let me see something. Okay, Google. Cut the lights to light blue.
All right, changing 6 lights to light blue.
Yay, that's cute. I like that. But yes, what else? Possibility models. I also think because we are not a monolith, because our stories are not monolithic, and there's so many different stories, I think it's important to see multiple stories. I think it's important to see various types of trans women and how they got to a certain position. New girls, there's some new girls out now that never experienced sex work in life because of the changes that have happened in the culture. Yeah, I love me some Jahara. I love me some Jahara. I hate that she passed away how she did. But yeah, that was sucked. Um, but yeah, hearing other stories. There's a girl on here. She kind of, I still follow her. Her name is, I think it's S Child 05. I think that's her name. Now, sometimes she be being weird about colorism because I don't think she has politically advanced about colorism because I think she's a biracial girl, and so she got this weird thing about colorism that she kind of plays the victim. So I had to stop following her. Um, I think I'm a subscriber, but I stopped listening. I stopped. I put it to. I think I'm her subscriber, but I put it to where um, I don't see her videos. But she be, yeah, that's No Child 5. Yes, I used to follow her, but she kind of get real victimy. So she be getting real. Uh, I just, yeah, I don't know what's going on with her, but sometimes when her politics around colorism, it just get real victimy. Like she's the victim, and it's hard for me to listen to that because I have a different politic around colorism, and so I gotta, I had to skedaddle. But yeah, sometimes she gets real extra about that. But I used to follow her. I used to love when she used to like roller set her hair with cream of nature and do the let down. I used to love that videos with her. She used to be funny. Yeah, I used to like those part of her. That part of her personality. Who else? And I think she was from like Albany or something. So it was interesting to hear these girls from different area. Who else? Um, of course, like Cat Black. Cat Black. I've said it before. She prior to this new iteration of herself, I want to say prior to Beardy, Cat Black was a beautiful train wreck. Like she used to be crazy. Shaving. She had her Britney Spears moment, shaving her head. She would be sitting in her car, just going through it about her parents and her brother. It just was, oh, and I watch her and I'd be like, oh, she is so beautiful because I love Cat Black's lips. Her lips are so pretty. And she was just like a beautiful train wreck. Like you just be like, oh, she's going through it, but I can't stop watching. But then she got Beardy and her whole little, I guess it brought her out of depression or something. You know, you know, somebody people like Cat, they get them a white man, honey. Ha! They feel like the goddess, baby. Honey, she got her a white man and it changed her whole life. So she shifted and she started to be, she started to doing, she started to, you know what I'm saying? She showcasing her, started doing true teas. She started doing like more elevated videos. I'm like, oh, this nigga done changed her little whole spirit, baby. Come on, Beardy, wear it out. She used to it just shifted. And I was like, come on. Let me give me a white cane. If this is what they do, let me give me a white cane, baby. I used to watch Tila too, but me and Tila got into it real bad. Then we kind of made up, and then she didn't do anything to me, but she did some other shit that was weird. So I had to leave. I had to stop fucking with her. Raven. When I first saw Raven, I thought she was creepy. And sometimes I would see her and I'd be like, it's like, sometimes they be mentally off. And this is everybody. Trans women, cis people. Sometimes people get on these apps and they be a little touch. Like Miss Jaguar, what her name? Jaguar something. Sometimes they be touched. Um Jaguar Evermore, yes. Sometimes I be like, they be you gotta be what's going on here? Like you got your wits about your girl. Sometimes it's just be some crazy people with a camera. And you gotta be like, okay, girl. Who else was a little touched? Y'all remember Jalissa Jaconi? I thought she was a little touched. She was out of Britain. Y'all remember her? Um, who else was a little touched? You know who used to be funny as shit to me? I love watching her. Jamie Parrish from New York. I watched her before she transitioned though. She's a beat film queen now. But before she transitioned, she was just a butch queen, little Latinx butch queen baby. And I used to watch her. She's still funny now. But I watched her even before she transitioned, and she was funny as hell. I live for her, Jamie Parrish. So y'all, Jamie sickening. Yeah, Jamie looks sickening. It's Bambi. I don't know her. Um, this is not a trans person, but this person, I thought they were touched, but it was something about them that was so beautiful to watch. Um, I don't know their name. I'm about to show them to y'all though. Their name on Instagram is I am the Queen of Shade. Now they be having on hair and stuff, but back in the day, they used to always have just a bald head on YouTube, and they used to sing and shit. Pray for Bambi. I don't know them. Y'all remember this person? I am the Queen of Shade.
It's disgustingly disrespectful. I deal with it all. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Because I'm doing something that has changed my life. And not just my life, but the lives of so many other people. I could give two shits about what people think about me. The older I get, the more I don't care.
So I love the Queen of Shade. Their name used to be they had body. They were a butch queen at the time. Now I don't know if they still not a butch queen. I don't know what's going on with them now as far as their identity. I don't know what's going on, so I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't really know. Um, I don't know what's going on. Now they are always in wigs and shit now. So I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. But prior to um doing this, they used to be like working out and singing because they got a good singing voice. They were all bald and they had these fire ass glasses and walking through, like, I think they were from Philly. from Philly. God, what was their name on YouTube? But yes, they used to be on YouTube and they used to be sickening, but they used to get harassed on the street a lot. Um, who else? I know Miss T.S. Sexy Chanel, baby. We can't forget about Mother Chanel out of Chicago. She used to come on here painting for y'all. T.S. Sexy Chanel. Who else? I think so. I think so. I think so. Um, yeah, Chanel went through so now. This is not shade. I don't want. I love Chanel. So, dude, I'm just sharing my experience. So this is absolutely not shade. Chanel. I went to Chicago and we went to Chanel's house, and I think Chanel was going through um some type of thing. Chanel was going through something. She was going through some type of mental thing because when I went to her house, it was I would not be back. It was something was going on with her mentally, and there was bottles of pee on the counter. But she said that she sells that to her client. Now a she is a dominatrix, so I'm not for sure. But it was bottles of pee on the counter. There was like oily handprints on the wall. It just didn't look healthy, and it was I don't know something was going on. So, but she was going through something. She had with then her mom. I think her mom or grandma had passed away, and it just was a lot going on. And this is around the time that everything was taken down. She had kind of left the internet, but she is a sweet person. She's a really, really sweet person. But I think in that moment of her life, I think somebody tried to shoot her. I think there just was she had a lot of shit happen to her back to back to back to back. So I think she was going through some type of mental breakdown. But the good news is that was years ago, like 2013, 14, I think. And then since then, she has gotten back to normal, I think. Yeah. But I think she's back in a good place right now. Miss Diamond, how's your day been going today? My day has been really good. I hooked up with my favorite trade. And it's always amazing with him. And so I'm feeling like a fucked woman, baby. I live for him. So my day was amazing. Yeah. Who else do I remember? Let me think about the white girls. Y'all remember Grishno? Grish, no, she was one of the white girls who was partner, like early stage YouTube. She was a partner. Um, Jess Robinson. Yeah, Cookie Tookie is definitely touch. Cookie Tookie kind of came later. Cookie Tookie kind of came in the Facebook Live era. There was a YouTube wave, and then there was a Facebook Live wave. People who came around in the Facebook Live wave was Samantha Cookie Tookie, even Hope Giselle. Hope Giselle came out of that era. Um, Felicity came out of that era where their I don't want to say claim to fame, but where their internet footprint started to be bigger. Um, that kind of 2015, 16 era. So whenever Facebook Live started, that's when we seen a whole crop of new girls kind of coming in the internet world. Anyone remember when Chris Crocker identified as trans? Chris Crocker just is trans, right? Like they are trans now. They transition. Their name is Kara now. I think their name is Kara now. Let's see. Yeah, they've transitioned. Yeah, Chris Crocker. It is on Instagram. It's Kara like Kara. C Kara, Cara, like Like, Careuh. B Scott. Nah, B Scott was the YouTube era. B Scott was the early YouTube era. I don't consider him like the Facebook era. Speak about visibility. You remember Taxi Cab Confessions, the trans woman was from Chicago? Yes, I do. I remember that. I have that video saved in my computer just for archival reference. I love that video where she was talking about how she had to beat somebody with a mallet, baby, and a hatchet. I love that video. I miss those. Do you think the Butch Queens be just doing it to do it or legit trans? That's a good question. So there's always gonna be a gray area, baby. You can't um there's always gonna be a gray area. There's gonna be some people who they like the attention. There are gonna be some people who are just questioning who they are. Like they're young and they're questioning who they are. They got feelings that they feel that are similar to how trans women describe or trans people describe. And they're like, look, this might be me. And then they might change their mind because it's not them. There's gonna be some it's gonna be some gray areas. There's gonna be some people just trying to figure it out. And then there's gonna be some people that's like, this is legit me. Um, you just kind of gotta wait and see. I know some trans women that I grew up with this pre-internet who are not trans women now. They were trans women our whole younger years, but they're not trans women now. I think people, I think we got to give room to people to figure out. I think when I came up, it was either you a woman or you're not a woman. If you're not a woman, be a butch queen. It's like this and that. It was just new boxes basically. But now, what I think the power of non-binary people, what they're doing, is they're giving people room to kind of, ooh, maybe I'm not, maybe I just don't identify with a woman, but I kind of like doing it this kind of way. And I think that's the power of what the movement of non-binary trans people or non-binary people, period, because they're giving people room to navigate their gender expression however they want without being forced into boxes or not having to identify with something. I know a few girls that I feel like they never really felt like girls. They just wanted to get the attention and make money. I know Strawbella was one. My homegirl Strawbella, I said homegirl. We were not friends when she passed away. So, but we were friends early in our transition. Like spent the night over each other's house, you know. So we were friends, but by the end of our by adulthood, we weren't we weren't friends. So she wasn't my homegirl, but she was at one point. Um, she was a person who, as a boy, was not an attractive boy, but her transitioning, she was a beautiful girl. And so I think as a boy, she wouldn't have got her life. She wouldn't have got her life as a boy, as a butch queen. But soon as she put on some clothes and came into the life as a girl, she was that bitch. She was beautiful. Bella was beautiful. And so I think that attention that she got as a girl made her feel like, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be. But by the time she got older and the life was no longer the Oz, you know what I'm saying? When you first get into the queer life, and I'm not, it depends on how you came into the life. I know us, our generation in our city, when we came into the queer life, it's like Oz. It's like, oh, it's all in color, and oh my God, we can just be free. We can dance and deep inside, deep down inside, deep inside, deep, and you just, it's just a whole new world of this. You coming from this bland ass fucking city into this world of people who are bright, vibrant, lively, everything. It's Oz. And so and you're coming into this world where you now are a part of it. You are now one of the girls of the city, and there's not a lot of you. So now it's like, hey, boom, it starts. But then when you get into adulthood, after you've been in the world for 15 years, your life, you start wanting more out of life. And I think Bella started to realize, and this is from her conversation with me before we stopped being friends. um she was like, I just don't think I should have just been a butch queen, but now I've gotten these breasts, I done got these hips, I done got these permanent things changed to my body, and then I don't want to get shit scraped out because then I'm a fucking deformed ass nigga. It just, she was like, it's kind of like I'm just kind of stuck in this situation. Now me, I've always felt like a girl. There has never been a moment that I regretted my transition. My transition, even with all the obstacles, um, even with all the obstacles, I j- this is just one of the joys of my life. I don't regret anything. Being able to wake up in the morning, see myself in the mirror, go out in the street and be Diamond, it is the joy, even with the obstacles. This is the most joyous decision that I've ever made. Period. Never regretted it ever. Oh, what y'all talk about? And so I do think some people get in it for the attention. I do think some people. I don't think a lot of people get into from the attention. I think a lot of people get into because they're actually a trans person dealing with gender dysphoria. But I think there are some individuals that get in it because of attention or because of, they're just exploring themselves. Um, let's see. Jacob. What about Jacob? Are we talking about Jessica Kynor, or is that who we're talking about? He had the videos with him playing like cunt, getting beat by the trade and choked up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't follow. I always thought, I don't know what was going on with Jacob, or it, I don't know. Have they transitioned officially to Jessica? I don't know what's going on, but I don't really follow them. I don't know what's happening with them. But I haven't really. I don't know what's going on with their. Is it? Did they really transition? But I thought, didn't they get some titties? Um, she had got implants. Did she take them out, or are they still there? I thought she got some titties. Still post does not show her face. Just post a video on the slab. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, but you can kind of see their intrigue with the girls. You can kind of see their intrigue with the girls. Okay, good. Yeah, you can kind of see Jessica intrigued with the girls over time, and then I could see it. Still post does not da da da. Hey Diamond, hey Coco. Did B Ames transition? No, I think B Ames is just a drag queen. I am still friends with B Ames. Brandon. Um, yes, they're just a drag queen. They're just a drag queen. They're not a they didn't transition. Not that I know of. Now, if it's something going on behind the scenes, I don't know. Because we cool, but we something could be going on behind the scenes. Um, yeah, what about Nunu? I just got off of Nunu's show tonight. We did a live stream on Nunu's show. I'm so cool with Nunu. What about Nunu? Nunu is not a trans anything. Nunu is a boy. A gay boy. Nunu is not trying to do nothing. um, oh, I thought we were talking about Butch Queens transitioning. I didn't know we were just talking about Butch Queens. I'm trying to find a picture of me and Nunu. Yeah, this is me, Nunu, and Brian. If it's, I think it's blurry. Oh, you look cute. Anyway, yeah, I'm drunk. Pay it. But yeah, that's me, New and Brian. So we hang out when they come to the city. Nunu lives in New York now, but when he comes and visits Houston, we hang out. Who else? She said she happy it made her. Wait, hold on. Who we talking about? Yeah, she is Jessica. Who's the one of the makeup artists who looks very much like a woman? Oh, I don't know. Let me think of who transitioned. Tokyo Styles transition. There is a wig maker. I don't think that they're trans at all, but they just look fish naturally. Alonzo Arnold. I think they're Alonzo Arnold. She just he just looks like just naturally like a piece of fish. um, I am Zoe. I don't know what's going on. I am Zoe. I am Zoe said that they think that they would have transitioned. Um, I am Zoe said they think, but it's too late for them to transition. They said they think that they supposed to have transitioned, but they didn't come up in around the time that they should have. So they feel like it's too late for themselves to look like something. So that's what they said out of their mouth. You may be talking about the light skinned Butch Queen on Instagram. His name starts with an A. Yeah, Alonzo Arnold. Alonzo Arnold is, I don't think that they're trans. I don't think, but you never know. Y'all remember when Tokyo Styles was dressing up, saying that they weren't trans, and then boom, they transition. Tokyo looks sickening, yeah. Alonzo. So I don't know. I think the girls have laid a path. The older girls have laid a path for the girls. When they want to come out, they can come out. And so we are seeing more trans women. Instead of them hiding for so long, years and years and years and years, we are past that time. The girls can come out and be themselves. There's nobody stopping them. Um, yeah, so I think what's happening now is that we are seeing more people because it's nothing stopping them. Previous years, previous decades, people would have more reservation and they're like, oh, I don't, maybe it's not for me. I'm scared. Or is somebody going to accept me? Blah, 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 blah. All these barriers. But now there's no barriers and people are being free to do, not no barriers, but people are being free to do what they want. And so we're seeing more trans people come out and just be themselves. That is what we asked for. That is kind of the world we're trying to be, where people can just be what they want to be. And so it is. No, did they finally patch things up, Monique and Lee Daniels? Did it happen publicly? Mm, I can't find her. Yeah, she's going to take some roles in one of his shows. Interesting. Hmm. Oh, I didn't see it. I don't really follow Monique and I don't follow Lee. So there's something like I support Monique in that whole little Netflix thing. I feel like she should have wore them out. And I feel like motherfuckers was gaslighting her and not being on her side. And I just feel like it was a bunch of misogynoir. But there is a level of pick me in Monique that I just can't resonate with. The whole how she deal with men, how she talked to men, and there's something about there's something pick me about her that's weird. Her, um, Erica Badu sometimes, it peaks out with her. It's that kind of black woman that's kind of patriarchal. There's some pick me hotep energy. Yeah, you're right. There's some pick me hotep energy in them type of women, and I can't. She really like traditional gender roles. Yeah, I can't fuck with it. It gets real weird, and because of that, there is a level. There is a level of homophobia and transphobia in there, but not to the point where they can't engage with you. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's some let me see how can I explain this. There are cisgender women who can be around you, who can respect your pronouns, but you will never be a woman to them. Like they don't they'll call you by your name. You know, you get what I'm saying? They not gonna call you any disrespectful, pejorative, but you can tell how they move that you ain't never gonna be that is in them. And I can get the vibe. Like I can tell the difference between the two type of women. You got the women that really like I can't think of you nothing but like a woman. You a woman, cool. And then there are some that's like, hmm, yeah, I can call you your name and I can call you um um I can call you all of that. But you ain't, I ain't gonna I still think you ain't right. Flame said she was transphobic. It's hard for me to take anybody Flame calls transphobic because she's transphobic. Like she's weird. So I can't take anything Flame says seriously. Her mentality about anything is off to me. So I can't. She's Flame is just a black um Flame is like Caitlyn Jenner to me, honestly. Jenner without the money. She just has a mentality that I just don't see the logic in it. I just don't see. I think that you're just a gay man. Yeah, gay and trans does not fit into the traditional man and woman archetype. So I see that. Yeah, I never looked at them that way until you just said that, Diamond. Yeah, the who you talk about? Looked at who that way? Oh yeah, I love them. I love them. Don't get me wrong. I support them as black women, but there's a level of pick me to them that I can't vibe with. It's a couple of women that got that vibe. Jill Scott sometimes has it. Lauren Hill sometimes has it. But people who kind of show it a lot of times is Monique, Erica Badu. It's those kind of 5% of women, and you be around them, you just kind of know it. Yeah, exactly. Flame and Caitlyn are pretty much the same. Just that Flame is broke. Beyonce and her mother Tina. I haven't heard Beyonce speak enough for me to know. To for me to get the hints from her. I haven't heard I haven't heard her speak about queer stuff in her politics around it. Nikki, give me that vibe. Oh, definitely Marissa. But let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, Nikki gives me that vibe. It's like I can accept your pronouns. I can accept your name. I can respect you in that sense. I like Nikki. I don't. She hasn't said anything to me that I've heard that was like directly, "Oh, I can't fuck with you." But I get that vibe. I get a vibe that she's hotepy. When she was standing up for T.S. Madison, it seems so disingenuous. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I just this is my thing. This is my thing with that. I actually respect that. I respect. I don't know. It's something about if you have the control to respect my name, my pronouns, and respect how I navigate in the world enough to and in the control over your mouth to where you like I ain't even gonna touch on that. I kind of respect that. It's something about it that's respectable. Because I think that's a good thing. Like I'm not gonna disrespect you. You can be who you want to be, da 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 da. But I have my own feelings. I know trans women like that. I know some trans women that because you have not had your sex change, baby, and you're not planning on it, they don't think you're a real trans. They think you're a butch queen playing, and they have the mentality that if you're not trying to get a sex change, you are just a gay man. I know some trans women that think like that. And that's their feeling. And they will respect you, respect your name, respect your pronouns, respect that you're saying you're a woman, but in their mind, you're not. Mhm. But if you respecting my name and oh well. In my mind, I don't care about your opinion. Do you? If you respect me, we good. You know what? I don't be getting it either, but I gotten to the point where I'm not trying to get motherfuckers. I'm also I'm not going out of my way to explain to you too much, too long. I can give you a little education sometimes. But if it gets to the point where I feel like you're not receiving what I'm telling you because you're intentionally because some people will ask you questions, it's called sea lioning. Google it, sea lioning. Like a sea lion, the animal, sea lioning. They will ask you questions under the guise that they just want to be educated, but they have no intention of being educated. They are just disingenuously wasting your time. Yes. When people are asking you questions, they have no intention of learning. They're just asking questions to waste your time. Yeah, some of the girls, if they know you are top, Mm-hmm. Yep. A lot of them do. Mm-hmm. It's always a hierarchy. People are always going to find a way to make it themselves different or above you. It's the same thing when you see ghetto chicks. Ghetto chicks is like, oh, she got a bunch of baby daddies, but I had my kids when I was young too, but they all got the same daddy. Y'all, both of y'all bitches live in the same projects where niggas is not taking care of their fucking kids. But because she got three baby daddies, somehow she different than you with your one baby daddy, with your three kids. But y'all in the project because neither one of them niggas is taking care of the kids. But somehow you special because you got knocked up three times by one nigga, and she got knocked up three times by three different niggas. Y'all in the same situation. People will try to make whatever it is. There's always some kind of respectable. Body count hierarchy. Isn't that silly? Mm-mm. Thank you. This is the blue lights, baby. I like the blue lights. I like the red ones too. Okay, Google, cut the lights to red.
All right, changing 6 lights to red.
This is my trade lighting, honey. When the trade comes, this is how they see it. And if I cut this off, let me see if I can cut it off. It's sexy, baby. Red light special all through the night. Cause baby, it's yours, all yours. If you want it tonight. Red light special, baby. Right. I love it. When somebody so these light to change color, I didn't know they existed because I'm an old head and don't keep up with so much technology. Excuse me. So I didn't know that they could be there's lights that can connect to your Wi-Fi and you can use them. I didn't know that. Baby, my homegirl told me that they existed. I had bought them. I was like, oh my God, this is great. I can really change the mood. I love it. Like, okay, Google, cut the lights to white.
Got it. Changing 6 lights to white.
And it just gives it a whole different vibe in here. It's bright. This is when I do my reading. Da 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 da. And they can any color. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Cut the lights to green.
Got it. Changing 6 lights to green.
Ooh. Okay, Google. Change the lights to brown.
Okay, changing 6 lights to brown.
You really can tell them because that's white, so it makes it look brown. These still kind of be looking yellow, but it's just a darker. Let me see. Okay, Google. Change the lights to magenta.
All right, changing 6 lights to magenta.
Isn't this is cute? Hi, Bonnie. I love him. Basically. Is it magenta cute? I live. Let me let y'all see the other side of the room. Y'all see? Okay, Google. Cut the lights to red. This is my favorite. Red is my favorite.
Okay, I'll remember that you said
Oh.
cut the lights to read this is my favorite.
No, that's not what I wanted to do. Hold on. Okay, Google. Cut the lights to red.
Got it. Changing 6 lights to red.
Yeah, that's red is my favorite. It gives the best the ambiance that I like. You feel what I'm saying? Okay, Google. Cut the lights to white.
Okay,
But
changing 6 lights to white.
the red gives you, you know, the white gives you the color. It gives you the color of the couch, the gold, the red wall. You know, the cowhide, baby. That. But I love magenta. Magenta and red is my favorite. Oh, it has. So we have this blue too. Okay, Google. Cut the lights to blue.
Sure, changing 6
So this
lights
is
to
dark
blue.
blue. Okay, Google. Okay, Google. Cut the lights to light blue.
Okay, changing 6 lights to light blue.
So it can be lighter, so you can have it, you know, the dark is that kind of dark. Anyway, okay, Google. And change the lights to white.
Got it. Changing 6 lights to white.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's coming along to where I want it to be. I can't show y'all this side of the room. This side of the room look a mess. Well, it don't look a mess. It just doesn't match this. This is a whole vibe over here. This is my old side, so I haven't been able. But I commissioned an artist to do some painting for me. So I'm gonna repaint this wall over here with I think it's gonna be blue and gold. I'm not 100% for sure. Since this one's red, I think I'm gonna do this whole wall. I can show it to y'all because it's not dirty. It just doesn't look like this side. I don't want to break this thing. You see how plain that wall looks? I'm gonna yeah. I'm gonna so y'all know how okay Google. Give me a picture of the Chinese flag?
Check out these pictures.
Not the Chinese flag. What is the flag that I'm talking about? Okay, Google. Japanese flag.
Showing pictures that
Not
match.
the Japanese flag. I don't know. It's a flag that has, like, it's a circle and it looks like the sun. Okay, Google. Whose country flags look like the sun?
According to World Atlas, among the
No, none of these flags are right. Oh, this is it. What's this one? What flag is that? Whose is that? Is it Korean? It's red and yellow. Is that it? Okay, Google. Korean flag. I know it's that Asian one.
According to Wikipedia,
No, not the Korean
South
flag. No, that's South Korea. It looks like a sun. Okay, Google. Korean flag. No, that's not it. That does kind of look. That's a yin yang and some letters. Not that one. Okay, Google. North Korean flag.
According to Wikipedia.
No, that's not it. No, not the one. Japanese is white with the red dot. Macedonia flag. Okay, Google. Macedonia flag.
Here is information from
Yes.
Wikipedia.
Yes. You got it. Whoever who said that. Remember, it said yes. That. So I want to do that whole wall. So instead of it being a circle, it's going to be my painting, my own painting, and then from the middle of I'm gonna put my painting in the middle, and from the middle, from this wall to that end, it's gonna be like lines of gold going from the painting. Instead of it being yellow and red, it's gonna be yellow, think gold, and blue, like the color of my couch. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do on that wall, where it's just stripes that get smaller from the picture and go out bigger all over that wall. So I can't wait till I can afford to do it. uh, I gotta. I'm probably gonna have to do it myself so I can afford to do it instead of having somebody else do it. But yeah, I'm gonna. It's gonna be fire. It is gonna be fire. Blue and gold. I want my house to be the primary colors, so yellow, red, and blue, but in the lux. So yellow is gonna be gold, blue is gonna be royal blue, and red is gonna be, like a deep maroon. And so all my shit is my couches are blue, the drapes are gold, wall is red. So everything is going to be primary colors. I'm just going to see how I can, um, in black, of course, black neutral design. Mhm. Lux primary color, and it's Afro chic. It's Afro Lux Afro chic. So it's gonna be African prints, some type of natural fibers, gold, fur. I have my sickening Mongolian fur pillows. But I love these. I have the big ones on that couch and the little ones on my big couch. They're so soft and fluffy. And when you wash them, they don't lose their fluffy. Love them. And then I got these. These I wanted them to be gold, but I didn't. The gold ones didn't feel soft, so I found these ones that mimic gold, I guess. But these are it's so soft and simple. And then the other one has these beaded. Let me show y'all them. They're like beaded gold. The one when I found them, I tried to buy four, but I couldn't find four. It was only two. I see this. It's like beads all over it. Ooh. It's some. It's like it's gold, but it got stripes of blue beads, and I love it. It's so and it's. I wish it was on both sides, but this side is just the like iridescent, soft little stuff. But the whole front side is just a panel of nothing but beads. I love it. 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 Love it. You know, I have the Home Depot folks, the ones outside. We call them the Mexicans in Texas. I get them when I need to move. I don't get them for the painting. I never thought about getting them for the painting. Oh, never thought about that. You gave me an idea. Hmm. I know that's right. You got me an idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the Mexican did my red wild, but this is a little more intricate, y'all. I'm scared they're gonna mess it up. I feel like if I do it myself, I'll get it right. I didn't think about that. Didn't think about that. My Home Depot people, they spoil, honey. I don't even. They don't even come to our Home Depot. I gotta go to the one further down 59 because the Home Depot by me, they don't even be over there. I'm just curious, what's your experience with transphobia and Mexicans? Has it been a lot in H Town? Um, no, Mexicans live for me. um, I don't really deal with Mexicans. This hole is a black only space. So, but they try to holler at me. Um, I've had them as clients. Um, there seems to be this thing about trans women in their culture that there is a space for them. Um, but I think it's because they have like some native history. I don't know. There's that kind of macho thing does exist with them, but it is not surprising. It is not abnormal or unusual for me to go to a Mexican strip club and a trans woman works there. A known trans woman works there. Like back in Indiana, the Mexican strip club used to let the trans girls come and dance. So I don't want to say it's like, oh, wide open, like, oh, they accept trans women. But there has always been this hint where they give them room to exist in their culture. And I don't know if that's it's their history because of, they native, they have a lot of native in them, but I don't know. I don't want to say transphobia doesn't exist because if you talk to the Latino girls, they will tell you it does. But there has, to me, as an outsider looking in, I feel like that there's a little bit of room, just a little bit of room for them to exist, particularly in the sexual arena, like as sex workers, as like I would never see a known trans woman, like a known one, like we know that this is a trans woman working at the cisgender girls black strip club. But I have been in Mexican strip clubs that they had trans women working there. So I don't know. I don't date Mexicans or Latinx people that non-black Latinx people. I barely like light skinned dudes, y'all. So it's hard for me to have opinions about dating other races because I really don't date them. And when I try, it's whack. It does exist, true, but it is more accepted compared to the black community. Mm. Light skin is my kryptonite. Yeah, I am somebody who. Damn, these Pringles wear me out. You know, when I see a yellow boy, I always think they dick little. Not saying that I ain't met no yellow boys with big old dicks, because I have. But it's just something that's wrong with my brain. I'd be like, oh, he probably got a little leg piece. But I don't be fucking with yellow boys like that. Thank you. I'm trying to let it grow out. I found this. I found this barber. I know him not through his barbering, but he used to work with me, and I had the biggest crush on him. And he's trying to get me to let him come over to cut my hair, but I want to have that dick, and I don't want to ruin it. I want to have him. But he hit me up. He's like, "When you gonna let me cut your hair?" I'm like, "Boy, when you gonna give me that dick?" Because I used to be his boss. And so because we worked together, I couldn't have him. Like I couldn't play that game. But now that we don't work together, what's up? I couldn't play the games I wanted to play while I was at work. But now that we don't work together, ugh, meet me on the rooftop, baby. I'm lighter skinned, but I actually have never been with a dark man because they bullied me so much growing up. Mm. Yeah, my bullies was across the color spectrum. Can you tell us a story about Starbella and Mario? I know that was hella videos ago, but I've been meaning to ask. What story about them? Pringles, Freudian slip here. No, these are Pringles. Look, this is not paid advertisement. This video was not sponsored by Pringles. I hate it when people used to do that in video because I didn't understand why people are doing that. Oh, child, I don't know. I don't know the context of your question. I'm just saying the Pringles wore me out. One of the stories that I was going to tell that involved Strawbella and Mario. Strawbella and Mario? I don't remember. I don't remember at all. Let me think of a story with Bella. Let me think. Let me think. Let me think. Okay, so one day, me and Bella was coming from the gay club, and we were driving with some Butch queens. They were taking us home, and me and Bella lived next to each other. Well, we didn't really live next to each other. We lived probably like five. We lived on the same street, but like maybe 5 blocks away. My group home was 5 blocks away from her house with her mom. And so on the weekends, when I would get passes to leave the group home to go to my grandma, I wouldn't go to my grandma because I didn't fuck with my grandma. I would just spend the night over people's house, like for the weekend, over Bella's house, or I'll spend the night over, somebody's house that I knew that I fucked with. And so this weekend, I was spending the night over Bella's house. Bella's house was fun, but it was also weird because her mama is weird. And weird because Bella tries to have everybody. Bella, it don't matter. Long as you got a hole and a penis, Bella will try to have you. Trans woman, not just a penis. Long as you got a hole. If you a stud, trans woman, cis woman, butch queen, Bella will try to have you. It don't matter. She will try to have you, whatever. So it's kind of where you gotta be like, bitch, you'll wake up and she's trying to feel on you. You be like, bitch, I will beat your ass. Get out of here. Stop playing with me. And so she's that girl. So it's kind of weird. She gets kind of weird, but also she's not really a twirler. So you be like, bitch, stop playing with me. And she will stop. So we were coming from the club and we were driving from the club in a car. Right, Bella don't mind. And so we're coming from the club and we're driving down like College. So when we get on College, so if you turn this way, you going towards my house. If you turn on the same street, Fairfield. Fairfield turns into 34th Street. I think that's 34th. Is that 34th? Yeah, it's 34th. So Fairfield turns into 34th Street. So if you go left, you keep going, my group home. You make a right on Fairfield, Bella's house. So we're dropping off Bella, and I'm staying at her house. So we're pulling up. As before we get to the turn we're supposed to make, we're coming over the Fall Creek Bridge. And on the bridge, we are with these niggas. These dudes are next to us in the car. And we laughing and playing with them. So you know how you be driving next to somebody in the car and the car is kind of, just kind of going. We laughing and playing along. And they like, hey, where y'all about to go? It's two of them. A sexy, like a peanut butter brown, a little bit darker than peanut butter, but a peanut butter brown one named Duck, and like a light little short one. Duck is like 6'4", 6'3", a little short one. His name is Damon. He's like, I want to say like a 5'8". He looks like I'm trying to. Duck looks like Duck looks like what's the dude that played on Get Out? Not the dark one, but the one that was already taking over his mind. That the flashlight camera, something Stanfield. What's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Something Stansfield. Lakeith, yes. Duck looks like Lakeith. Ducks look like Lakeith Stanfield. Yes. Duck look like Lakeith Stanfield. Damon looks like, who does Damon look like? He's about 5'8". He's a shorty, about 5'8". He looks like, Redman. He looks like Redman with a beard. So, so they in the car and they driving next to us and they like, damn, where y'all about to go? Blah 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 blah. And so when we turn, they turn with us on Fairfield. So we get out of the car and I have on this shiny red, like satin looking shirt that I stole from Kiki. Red, shiny looking shirt. And I have on this blonde hair that's like a shag. It came right to your shoulders. It's like, it's right here, but it's like a bang. And it's when the shag little cut came back, but it was like platinum blonde. It was sickening. The cut was sickening. I wish I could find a wig like that because it was love. And Bella had this long, wet, and wavy. And so we get out the car, they done pulled up in their car. The Butch Queens, sometimes Butch Queens be scary. So the Butch Queens like, all right, I'm gonna drop y'all off and hit it because now the trade done stopped and we know y'all trans. They don't know if y'all trans and da 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 da. We don't know what's happening. And so the Butch Queens like, all right, bye bye, and tip around. And so Duck. So now growing up, let me give you another layer. Growing up in our city, getting clocked was kind of like you don't want to get clocked. Like that was your right. That let the girls know if you that girl. Like if you don't get clocked, you that girl. But what will happen if you in the midst of a bunch of girls? Sometimes the girls will walk off from you and let the trade get into you first to try. So if the clock do come out, it can be you, the one that got clocked instead of you. So Bella tried to hurry up and get by the building so the dude can come and talk to me. So she skedaddled her ass up to by the door in this little dark space, and Duck, the tall one, Duck comes up. The dude that looked like Lakeith, he comes up and he was like, "Damn, baby girl, blah 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 blah." I was like, so we're talking like we get into each other. Boom, 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 boom. We talking, and he was like, "Damn, where y'all about to go? This is where y'all stay?" We like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, this is where we stay." And he was like, "Y'all should come to the hotel with us. Y'all ain't got nothing to do. Y'all just not getting back from the club. Come to the hotel with us. We got a hotel after O'Shaylet." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Bella comes up and he looks at Bella, looks at me, and says, "Hmm." And he was like, clocking. Now, I don't know who got clocked, but I know I felt the clock happening. And it didn't happen until she walked up. So he was like, And so once Bella sees that he getting in, she like, ooh, she like, I don't know, girl. Everybody is giving this, nobody is saying words, but everybody is giving this awkward, like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on. And I was like, what did I say? I asked her, do she want to go? To cut the argument, to cut not the argument, cut the silence and the nonverbals. I say, do you want to go? And Bella said, do you want us to go? Because we're getting that he's clocking. And so Bella says, do you want us to go? And he was like, man, I'm cool with y'all going, but I don't know if my homeboy will be cool with y'all going. Honey, that's all you got to say with me. That's all you got to say with me. And so Bella, I say, oh, cool. Well, long as if any, so in there, I say, long as whatever goes down, you diffuse anything to go down. I ain't gotta say nothing. Ain't nobody gotta say nothing. Long as you there, if anything get weird, you diffusing whatever goes down. He was like, all right, let's go. So we go back to the car. Instead of, so they put me in the front with Damon, the one that don't know T. But he's also the one that I don't live for because I don't like yellow boys. So I'm like, Nate, I wanted to have the Lakeith boy. But Bella gets in the back seat with Duck, and I'm in the front seat with Damon. So I'm sitting there. We roll off. So how you get to Shaylin? Super, super easy. You go up Fairfield. It turns into 38. You take 38 all the way down till you get to the hotel on Shaylin or whatever. So this is not a short trip, but it's not far. It's on the same side of town, but it just Shaylin is further down. So I'm kind of now look, I think I'm fish. So, honey, I think I'm Sydney. So I'm not nervous. And also, I've been a girl long enough I know that acting all, pulling your weave, pulling your hair all in your face, looking out the window, doing all that kind of weird ass cross-dresser shit. That gets you clocked, girl. You can't do that. You got to be confident. You got to be like, hey, baby, how you doing? Confidence sells your tea. Confidence sells your tea. You can't be doing all this weird stuff. So we know Duck know the tea. Damon does not know the tea. And he's like, Bella is a pageant girl. Bella fish though too. But Bella can get through as fish too. Because Bella has always been a small girl. She's always been small, like her body frame. She's always been small. Especially when she got on Simone's and it made her softer. She's always been a small girl. So she's always been able to usually get through. You can't walk around hiding giving boys Aaliyah, right? You can, unless you got Aaliyah's mug. But yes, you can't be hiding and giving that weird shit. So by that time in my transition, I had learned that being confident is what sells your tea. And this is a previous thing. Boys be intimidated by light-skinned girls. Boys be intimidated by light-skinned pretty girls. They will give that. So if you giving confident light-skinned pretty girl, they will be. It's like a tone their ass down situation. And so they will be intimidated. And so that's what he was giving. He was giving shy, nervous nigga. And so Duck, once he sees that I'm getting through, once Duck sees that I'm getting through, Duck now is like, ooh, everything is good. Because at first it was awkward. Your confidence can make a dude second guess your clock. Facts, that too. and fish too. Um, so we driving on 38th Street. Next thing we hear is I look back, Bella back there sucking Duck's dick, and the dick is looking love. I'm like, oh, I know this is the one I wanted, and I know this little short yellow nigga is gonna have a late piece. This is late. No, this is not the one that I wanted. Over it. Over it, baby. I am over it. Over it. So we driving. So we get to the hotel. They already had the room. They already had the hotel. So we get in the room and we started having our prospective people. So I start, when as soon as you come in the room, this is just the rules of the trade, baby. I'm cutting the lights down. It's gonna be nighttime lights, and we don't need the bright, honey. Because Bella over here looking like she is ready to do a show. She has lashes. She is, honey, show girl. She's not super drag painted, but she's right there at the door. She is right there at the door. So I never really I never really learned how to paint drag in a drag way too much. I can kind of do a little something, but I never really learned how to paint. But honey, Bella was right there. It was still fish though, but it was honey, you put a sparkle on the lid, baby. Drag race. it was like right there. And so, honey, we gotta cut these lights down. we gotta make sure it's giving what it needs to give. So we get to gobbling. We get to gobbles because we ain't got no pussy, so you can't do too much. So we get to gobbling. Boom, 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 boom. So Damon pulls out his when we get to goblin. Damon's piece is nice. It's not as sickening as Duck's, but it's not late. So I wasn't disappointed. Damon piece is actually, oh, okay. I ain't too disappointed, but okay, cool. So we both get to goblin at the same time. Damon, the one I'm on, the light skinned boy, pull him up out of there. He's out, honey. Get these nuts up out of there. Fast. Honey, he get to busting quick. Because mama wearing him out. So I'm over there looking at Bella. You've been sucking his dick since we was in the car. He should be ready to blow. What is going on? First of all, Bella ain't never been a good dick sucker. She ain't never been a good dick sucker since we was little. When we was young, her skills on the dick was late. But she got in a car accident too that messed up her jaw. Two things. The benefit of it messing up her jaw is that it did something to her jaw to where she didn't need to do like FFS. Them fixing it back made her jaw smaller. So she almost got like a free FFS because before this, her jaw was like square and hard. And then when he went in there, whatever the doctor did, he went in there and cracked it. And it just, when she was done, it looked like she had got FSS, not up here, but down here, it looked like a sickening ass jawline. And she already was fish, but whatever happened to her jaw, it made her look way even more fish. So she was sickening. I don't want to imply. We just was early stage. And I think that's why it was the clock moment. So, but the negative about the thing, she couldn't really open her mouth like wide enough to suck dick like good sucking. She couldn't get the dick in her mouth too much, so she got to be doing because she couldn't get her mouth open. And so I'm like, what is What is going on? You got this piece over here that looks sickening and you are not wearing it out. Girl, come on. But remember, she's scared to go over here with the Damon dude because he doesn't know T. And he cool, like he done been cool. We ain't got clocked. But Duck already know the T, but Damon doesn't. So she's scared to come over here to play with him. So I'm like, well, switch with me. Cause I want to play with this dick anyway. I want to, honey, because this is the dick I like to play with. This is the one. And then being that he know the T, it's some other games that we can play over here. It's some other stuff that we can do while you just keep him settled. So understand, this can be a party over here, baby. And so I go over there, work my magic. This jaw is touched by the Lord. It ain't touched by nothing else. Baby, as soon as I get on the dick, that motherfucker get the pushing. Super, 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 super easy. Duck nutted fast. I can't even say it was my skill or nah because nigga was ready to bust already. She had been sucking the dick since we had been at her house. So he was ready. She just couldn't get him there. And I just, boom, got him there. So now we kind of chilling. And now we kind of chilling. And it's like, okay. Damon is like, Duck, remember, Duck know what the T is. So now Damon is like, all right, well, let's do. All right, we done, we done got our dick sucked, but what's up with the pussy? So Damon is thinking about all of us. All of us is looking at each other, including Duck. Like, oh man, we ain't been. We like, oh, well, you know. I'm thinking like, should I say something about my period? Should I, how can we get out of this? How can we get out of this situation? And Duck saved the day. He was like, man, we got something to do. Come on, let's go. We gotta take them back to the house. And we end up leaving the hotel and we end up driving back to Duck and Bella get in the front seat. And then me and Damon get in the back seat. And they drive us home and take us home. We never see Damon again, but we do see Duck again. Both of us see Duck separately again because we exchanged numbers with him. And Duck was somebody that we both had for years. Not together, but separately. We both, like, if we saw each other, like when we would be hanging out again, we'd be asking, like, hey, we both would see him off and on whenever we felt like it. But we never saw Damon again. So Duck Goose. But yes, that's the fun story that I have with Bella. That's when we were cool. That's when we was running the street, having a trade. That's when we were in a good spot in our relationship. And that probably was the last time that we were in a good spot. Because maybe a week after that, I had borrowed that wig that I had on that night, that blonde one. I had actually borrowed that from Bella. I actually borrowed 2 wigs from Bella. And fucking Ty left the wig that Ty used, which was a blonde bob with some black on the back. Ty left the fucking wig on the steamer. Yes. But it melted the wig. But I'm the one who borrowed it from Bella. So I felt like I was the responsible one, right? Because I borrowed it. So I was supposed to keep it, safe or whatever, but she had left it on that we had my apartment at that time in Indianapolis had like how it heated the apartment. It was like a steam heater, like one of them old steam heater, old school apartment, old steam heaters. And Ty left it on the fucking on the steam heater and it melted it. And so when I called Bella and told her that Ty accidentally melted the thing, she was being quite extra about her wig, and Ty put the the wig in the cat litter box, being petty. And then yeah, that was the one she put in the cat litter box. And so I'm feeling bad because I fucking like a radiator, yes, it's like a radiator, but it was steam powered. Um and then she just was being like weird and tough. She would try to be tough or whatever. And I'm calling and being apologetic. Like I'm like really sorry. I was gonna buy her a new one, but I don't think that you could buy this wig again. Like it was one of them things that they didn't have any more of that style. And so we couldn't find it. And I felt bad, but when she was calling me or talking to me about it, her tone of voice was too motherfucking aggressive. Bitch, I would beat your ass. And so, honey, she had came over there and I had to bop her. Bop her in the face about her own wig. And that was the start of our decline. That was the start of our decline. And I had to bop her about that wig. I didn't fight her, I just hit her. And we stopped. We had stopped being kind of cool because she used to talk shit about Deja, about Ty. She used to talk shit about her like when she wasn't around. And I wasn't liking that shit. So I had to stop being around her because how you gonna be talking about my friend while I'm with you? That's some bitch ass shit. And I had stopped being cool with her, but this is also when I was young. So I was trying to get them to all be cool, but they wouldn't let it happen. They were just being it would be her, Datoria, and this other girl named Zori. And so they always would say this little shady ass shit. And I would be like, I don't think I want to fuck with them like that no more. Because Deja was like my sister from like the group home and shit. So we had a different, you know what I'm saying? We just had a different depth of our friendship. And so I was gonna choose her over them, but I didn't want to. I wanted us all to be friends. And so, but because they were late, they would constantly say little negative shit. And so so we were already on our way to not being friends. Um, but then when she came over to the house, to my apartment to pick up the wig that wasn't burnt, she just was acting too tough. And I was like, boop. I didn't like fight her, but I hit her. But she's not really a fighter, so she wouldn't hit me back. So but yeah, that was the decline of our friendship. That was definitely the decline of our friendship. Very Will Smith. Yeah, very Will Smith about the situation. Very that. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. uh, those were the times. So yep, that was the wig situation, and then that was really we wasn't friends anymore. And then I left. I wasn't fucking with Bella for a while after that, and I left and went to Indianapolis. I mean, not Indianapolis. I left and went to Mississippi, and then I had came back probably like 2000, and she was living in these projects called the Crew with her mama, and she had got her titties done. She had been to Rhonda in Ohio to get pumped, and she had got her titty done, but they were feeling like rocks. They were feeling like rocks. They were pretty, but they were feeling like rocks. So I was like, ooh, I don't want to get no silicone from her. um, how did she pass, if you don't mind me asking? She passed from getting pumped from silicone poison. Uh, yeah, and then when I left, her and Deja start getting cool. Ty and Deja. If I say Deja, I mean Ty. It's the same person. Our kid, her name when we were kids was Deja. Now it's Ty. Um, they end up getting cool, which was strange to me, but it's not strange because now I know because it was on some, yeah, they was hustling together, so I got it. But I went over her house when I came back to visit, and it was cool because I think she wanted to pooch that she had got some titties that got pumped. Um, then when I came back the next time, I had got pumped by that time. And she was staying on her own at this point. She was staying in the Wabacker, who the ghetto ass Wabacker. um, and we was cool, but then she just started to be weird. She started to be like weird, like motherfuckers would, if they would compliment me or um, say anything positive about me, she would be trying to undermine it. Oh, Diamond's fish, is she? Shit like that. She said that to my friend Vanessa. She'll say she just is a jealous ass bitch, and it just got weirder and weirder. It just got bad. The older we got, the worse it got. Because all of us started to be that girl. Do you see what I'm saying? Like all of us who had came out in our era were flourishing in our presentation. Like we were, honey, we were fish. All of us. Like anybody who came out 95 to like 97, that late part of the 90s in our city, they always fish in their own right. Deja was chocolate. She was like five, fucking 2, 3, 4, 5'4", little, had a natural ass big old booty. So when she tipping through, she just looked like a little chocolate girl, tip bald head. One of the few of us that could tip through with a motherfucking bald head and still be fish because she was so little and small and her cakes was big, so it looked like there's a regular piece of fish. Then you had me. I was tall. I was my complexion. I had green eyes. I was pretty. I was giving and slim and giving um Kamora Lee Simmons, bitch. Bella was giving fucking all of us was pretty. All of us was just that was a golden era of Indianapolis. It was just a golden era of the time. Because every girl that came out during that time, even now, we fish about it, honey. Bella kind of looked like just like a Barbie doll. She just was pretty. Who else came out during that era? Zora came out a little bit before us, just a little bit, and she was that girl. I always thought Bella was prettier than Zori. I always thought Bella was prettier than Zori. But because Zori came out before the rest of us, Bella always like idolized Zori. So it was like it was a weird thing. It was kind of like, I don't know, it was kind of weird to me because I always thought Bella was like more sickening than Zori. To me, she had more fashion, she was prettier to me. She just was better than her. But it's hard for you to see somebody who you think is better and then but they idolize this other one that you think is kind of she wasn't ugly. I don't know. She wasn't ugly. She just was regular to me. She was I don't know. She wasn't ugly. I don't want to say that. Stacia was always the beauty idol to me. But Stacia was older than us. Stacia was in her early 20s when we were in our teens. So I didn't even consider Stacia like our era. I consider Stacia like the Tamara and Tati's era. That kind of they were in their 20s when we were teenagers. So I didn't really consider her. But she was always gorgeous. Yeah, Stacia was gorgeous. That skin, her motherfucking teeth. She had a gorgeous smile. She was her skin was fucking sickening and radiant. This was in Indianapolis. I ain't know no pretty girls in Mississippi. I didn't know too many. It wasn't any to me. It wasn't pretty girls. There was one girl that was fish. Her name was Keish, but they weren't pretty to me. They were one with fish. I didn't know no pretty ones. Let me just say that. But in Indianapolis, it was pretty girls. There's very few of the girls that was ugly. Most of the girls they could hold their own. You sit us all next to each other, you like, oh, these bitches is doing it. The girls who we was with everybody had their own look, their own prettiness, their own. It just I don't know. It was something in the motherfucking water in the '80s, baby. It was something in the water. I don't know. It just was something. Cause even our regular bitches was cute. Like our like you had Danielle, you had Victoria was cute. Um I don't know, you just had who else was pretty? They weren't from our era. Well, yeah, she was from our era. She just blossomed later, I guess. Like Christiane. Christiane was fucking gorgeous. Christiane Christiane was fucking gorgeous. Christiane was she reminded me of kind of like a Nicole Ray kind of. Christiane was always gorgeous. Who else? Who else do I remember? Yeah. Hmm. Who else? But no, it was something. Oh, great. Christiane is gorgeous. Yeah, like a Nicole Ray, Amber Riley. Yeah, yeah. Chrissy always been a pretty girl. Always pretty. I always forget that she is in our era because she went to high school. That's the reason why I don't think of her in my era because when I was in high school, tipping around, she was still a boy. So I didn't, and she used to act weird. Oh, Bear was fish. Yeah, Bear was fish too. Bear, what did Bear look like? Bear, I don't know. You know who Bear remind me of? Bear remind me of Skittles. Skittles now, not Skittles early on. Bear remind me of Skittles. Ah, I miss this era. This was a fun little era. The era 97 to 2003. That 2002, that 5 year period, that was a great time in my life. Hmm. There. Then we had, girls who weren't from the D. We had Toy come. Toy with fish. Toy, who was pretty. Who else was it? It was other people. Then we had some punching white girls. When Samantha Sinclair wasn't on no drugs or nothing, and she was in her healthy state, that bitch looked like motherfucking Carmen Electra, baby. Maine was pretty, and Fish. I forgot about Maine. Pamela. Yeah, we had. It was something. It was something in that water, baby. It was something in that water. It was something. I don't know what it was, baby, but the girls was it. But yeah, Samantha was it. Samantha looked like Carmen Electra. And then Vicky, her lips was overpumped, but she was cute. Like she was fish about it. Vicky St. James. Do you wish you had stayed in Indy? No. Oh, I forgot about A. Marie. Stasha. She didn't stay in Indianapolis long. Honey, baby, she transitioned and moved. She moved to New York. Now she in LA. She said, I'm about to go get my pussy and just leave. I didn't know Indiana had such a large community. Well, Indianapolis did. Indianapolis did. But what you got to understand, Indianapolis was like a breeding ground for like so many like drag legends. Like it was like a drag capital of one of the drag capitals of the Midwest. And so it was so many examples of girls that would come in and out of there. Like, remember when we first met Austria? Was it you? Or was it Kiever? I don't know. We was at Continental Wigs and Austria tipped in there. And we didn't know Austria was trans. I don't know if that was you or Kiever. And she had them ashy feet. We just thought she was an ashy feet auntie. Do you remember that? We thought the Chinese lady had said we was in there stealing wigs, just so y'all know. We was in there stealing wigs, so we really was talking to her, really just to distract her. But this lady come in and she got on this sheath dress, that's this denim sheath dress, and these brown sandals, and I think she got a basketball cap on. Our favorite pastime. Yes, honey, we did mind boosting, baby. We boosted clothes, wigs, and everything, baby. Fabric. Yes, God. Roll up in Joanne's, baby. Get everything. Leave the car running and zoom out. I lived. Remember when Corian took us to Joanne's, honey? And we had to jump in the back seat and lift up the license plate so they couldn't get the license plate. What a good time. This was the greatest time. Honey, he had jumped in the back of the truck and they tried to run out. We was taking everything. They tried to run out to get the license plate number, baby. and he lifted up the license plate so they couldn't see it while he's jumping in the back. It felt like we felt like cat burglars, baby, like we in Gotham City. Oh, that was so fun. But anyway, we're talking to the Asian lady. What we're doing is one of us is talking to her and distracting her while the other one is putting wigs in our backpack. So when she gets to talking to this one and she try to come over to the other one, we distract her, da 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 da. But while she's talking, yeah, you have said, don't get beat up over some fabric, girl. Don't get beat up over some fabric. Take your ass back in the store. Don't get beat up over some fabric. It is not that serious. Let us take this and leave us alone. You don't want to get maced and beat up. You don't make enough money. just just relax. Just relax. Ah, good times, good times. But then Austria walks in. Austria walks in, and like I said, she had this denim sheath dress and these brown sandals. And she just looked like I thought she just was a regular woman. She looked like an older woman. Only thing I remember is that her feet was big and ashy. They were big and ashy. That is what I remember. I had looked down at her feet and I was like, ashy. Like in my mind, I'm like, ooh, this rusty, ashy feet piece of fish coming in here. Her feet were so late to me. What is happening? They were so ashy. And so she had came in and picked up some wigs or whatever. By the time she get done with the Asian lady, we already got all the wigs that we need, in our bags or whatever. And the Asian lady has said, Asian lady said uh, something about like y'all don't know her, and she's saying it like, yeah, that's Austria Andrews, and we like, so who is that? She was like, what? That's Austria Andrews. She's the biggest drag queen in the city, and and we're like, girl, we don't know her. We know the other drag queens. We don't know her. Who is she? Oh, that lady right there that just left. And she was like, yes, that her in the denim dress. And we like, girl, we don't know her. I thought she was fish, though. I thought she was fish, but she just had some ashy ass feet. And she told us that she was trans. We was like, oh, okay. We don't know her though. But all right, we about to go with our wigs in your bag. Because we didn't know no motherfucker Oscar Andrews, honey. But I did think that it was a woman. I just thought she was a Bigfoot ashy woman. Big ashy foot woman. But she was trans. I saw her years later. I was like, oh my God. How did I clock her? But once you've been around a bunch of girls, your ability to clock them goes up. Right. And tip job, baby. But yeah, after indie girls, baby. I'm one thing about my life. I am so glad that I grew up there because it was fast enough for us to get the ropes, but slow enough to where we didn't have to get the ropes amongst ugly shit. Like when I hear about girls like in New York or girls in like the bigger cities, it seemed like half of them got connected with some good folks that led them in the right direction, and then shit, not even half, maybe like 20%. 20% got connected with some people that led them into the good direction. And then like 80%, they went down the drug path. They went down like it just felt like a lot of them got hooked up with people that didn't show them the ropes or whatever. And so they got caught up in some bad shit. And it feels like in our city, I don't want to say like all of us, but most of us didn't really get caught up in the ones that I fucked with didn't really get caught up into drugs and yeah, it just was a different a little set. Some of them, of course, some of them did, but when I look back over my life and I see all the things you've done for me. Whoa, glory, hallelujah. Mhm. I can't wait for your book to come out. Will it be on Audible? And if so, will you be reading it? Um, yes, we do plan on releasing it on Audible. I don't think it's going to be the first thing. Eventually, yes. But yes. The perspective release date for my book is June, just so y'all can have an idea. We thought it would be earlier, but Omicron got everybody scared. But now that ain't nobody even talking about Omicron no more. Hopefully, between now and June, everything will be in place. I'm still waiting for Hey Brother track. It's called Hey Y'all. It's called Hey Y'all. Will some of your love beneath stories be in the book? Yes, some of them. Just more in depth. There are some things. Some of the stories on Love Beneath, because I was trying to keep the video short, I couldn't tell stuff. But yeah, so it's going to be some of them that are more in depth. It's going to be stories added, and I'm going to have some of y'all comments in the book. So on some of the stories that are from Love Beneath, I have went through the comments in the videos and picked out some, and they're going to be in the book too. Yes, we got a new host in the new year. Z left in December, and our new host started in January. So we have had a new host since January, Jonathan, who is a trans man from Milwaukee, that lives in Seattle. Um, but ironically, ever since Z has left, our numbers has shot up. I don't think it's because of Z, but for whatever reason, it's just a drastic increase in listenership, which is quite wild. So look at this. This right here is December. This is January, February, March. So this is like the average. We was averaging 21K a month. And then for some reason, from December up, so this is December, very average. When when Jonathan comes, we go up and then we go up again. And February is usually our lowest month. But so for whatever reason, when Jonathan comes on, our numbers skyrocket to, as you can see, November was 40K. 40, I mean, February got all the way up to 40K in that month. Crazy. We usually are around like 21, 22, 23. The girl's probably trying to hear some tea. I'm just going thank you for clarifying. Yeah, it's not really no tea. He just the tea was quite obvious. Like the tea was um um Z aligned himself with Dave Chappelle, and you're the host of a trans podcast. I mean, and so there was like this little backlash because you're the host of a trans podcast and you in the middle of a controversy where a cis man is being transphobic on that level, you align with him, and so he couldn't deal with the backlash, and so he stepped down. I mean, and so I felt like a weird vibe. I felt like a weird vibe, and so I hit up Jonathan and said, "Ooh, I don't know what's happening on I don't know what's happening, but I feel like a vibe coming." And so I brought Jonathan on, and then a couple of episodes in, he says that he wants to leave. So I was prepared for it. But yeah, it's really the G was obvious. Um, Camille Beckham. It's no shade. I love Mia, but honestly, she can. She can what? Go? Um, that is crazy, but y'all deserve congrats. It is crazy. I was like, whoa. I don't know what it is. I don't think it was because of Z. I hope. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I don't know what's the T. Um, I remember that. Not that. Yeah, that's what happened. It was super cringe. Yeah. I was like, ooh, what's happening? Mia is my Crystal. The same way I feel about Crystal with Kid Fury. Ouch. I don't know. What I think Mia brings to the table is I think Mia is funny. I think when she's in a good mood, she can actually be funny. She says some ridiculous things, but if you had a bunch of me, I think it would be boring. I think Mia says some ridiculous. No, I don't think it would be boring. Let me rephrase that. I think you still would be entertained. But I think I think why I like the podcast form is it's just various personality. And Mia gives like Chrissy from Three's Company. That's what I get from Mia. She gives me Three's Company. It can be ditzy, but sometimes she'll say something that'd be like kind of deep, but you'd be like, oh, oh, come on. Um, I'm sorry you're going through this. I'm not going through nothing. No. I don't want you to think I'm going through something because I'm not going through anything. None of this was had any stress on me. I'm already prepared. I'm prepared to do the show by myself. If I ever have to, I don't want to, but I'm prepared to do the show by myself if I have to. So I ain't really it's not a problem. I don't want you to think that I'm not going through something. It's definitely not a problem. Not a problem at all. Um I love Jonathan. He has the range to keep up with you. I've people have slid in my inbox to do that and told me that. I love how Mia has grown as the podcast has progressed while remaining authentic to herself. Yeah, she lightens the atmosphere. Yes, I think that's what she's a comic relief. Absolutely. That's what I like about Mia. She's not going to be too heady. And I think sometimes I can be too heady. And so adding that vibe, I'm going to ground it in education. I'm going to ground it in how to make it real in regards to that, but she's going to be bringing some ridiculousness. And I think I like that. Um, I don't like Crystal either, so I don't want to make it. I don't know. I guess that can be real, but I don't. I do wish Kid Fury was with somebody else, but I mean they balance. They work together. I guess they work. Clearly, they work. Whatever's happening, they work. They're one of the leading podcasts, especially queer. I don't know any queer podcast that's bigger than them. So they're amazing. Um, She like what was I about to say? Jonathan is able to challenge you mentally, which I enjoy. Sometimes, yes. I think maybe people have tried to see. I think maybe people were trying to see what happened, but it maintained until now. So it's definitely y'all. Mm. Yeah, we told everybody what happened. It was the Dave Chappelle thing. Like literally, if you listen to the show from the time we came back from break, because um, we go to break in October, and the Dave Chappelle thing happened when we went on break. Usually, we would be able to talk throughout problems that's happening in the world, but they were able to sit and fester without talking to anybody, and they're kind of isolated. And so when they came back, I thought we were going to talk about it for like a cute little 15 minutes. But when they start getting into their tea, and Mia wasn't with Dave, she was kind of fence riding, but Z was the one that was like on Dave's side. And I was like, whoa, I did not expect this. And I just let the conversation go because I'm the producer. And I thought might be an interesting conversation. Let's see what the audience feels about it. And so instead of me deleting it, I just made that the whole episode because I'm a producer and I want to know if this is entertaining. I didn't expect them. We had a whole roster of conversation to have outside of Dave. But being that they were on his side, I was like, oh, well, let's explore this conversation. Um, so yeah. Um, and then if you follow it, the next episode, Z isn't talking. Z isn't talking a lot. People were reading Z, and Mia will come and say something in his defense. So instead of Z kind of combating his own battles, Mia will come in and defend. And so when they come back to the show to record the next week, they got this weird energy, not to me, but about the backlash. And so me and Mia get into it because she's feeling something's going on with her where she's being combative and then it starts to backlash to me. And it gets really so late that I have to stop the recording. Like I have to stop. Like I'm like, because I'm about to cut you out, bitch. And I don't want to cut you out because you're my daughter. And I don't want to go there with you, but it's going too far. And I need to stop this conversation because you're doing too much. And so when we came back, strangely enough, Z was like, "Yeah, you saw the real Mia. That's how Mia really is. She just never does it to you because she respects you. But in whatever happened in that conversation, da da da." But I still had the recording because I didn't delete it. So we watched it over, and she realized that, oh, I was being extra. And then the reason why she was being extra was because of the shit that was happening to Z. And it felt like I wasn't defending the situation. But I can't defend you when you're aligning with a cis man. It's strange to me. So I can't defend it. So I let the audience talk to you. And so then I brought Jonathan in because it was getting weird. I was like, I need to make sure that there's a second person. So I brought him in. And then the next week, if you notice, Z says, bam. Z says, I don't want to be here no more. Mia seems like a sweetheart. She is. She has a big heart. She is a sweetheart. Quiet as a cat. You were doing it of yourself towards the end of Z's tenure. Yeah, because he wasn't really talking. He was being real quiet for the last couple of the episodes. It was like I was pulling teeth trying to get him to engage in the conversation. So yeah, I love Mia. I just feel like she doesn't actually research the topic. Never. She doesn't, Camille. Which was a problem. Z will, but which was a problem that I was having because I would tell them like, "Yo, if y'all," the formula was, since it's three of us, we all three bring topics, but to keep it fresh and unplanned, so we can just have the conversation. We don't know what each other is going to talk about, so I expect them to research the topic so we can talk about it. But they never do. Z does, but Mia never does. So she'll just read something and just ask what we think about it. So it's yeah, that was a problem. That was a problem. It still is a problem. But that was what it was. I think they are a nice blend together. Yes, I like Mia. She's a very reasonable person. Even when she says something sideways, she's willing to course correct and laugh at herself rather than be bitter like someone else. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I like Crystal. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Yeah, Crystal's something. That's how I feel about Mia. Makes sense. That is wild. Yikes, Donna, I see you doing big things regardless. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That makes sense. I wish he would have done a farewell. So when the day he the day he announced that he was leaving in the middle of a recording, he leaves off the screen. Because if you're a member, you'll see how we're set up on Zoom to where, you know what I'm saying, they live together, so I will be recording with both of them. And so they would be on screen, but John, it was me, Jonathan, on our own screen, and Mia and Z on their own screen. And he just got up and left after saying he was done. But I asked, did he want to say something to the audience? Like, did he want to say, some type of farewell situation? He said no. And so at the end of the show, we continue the conversation, and then at the end of that recording, I say we have to say something. Like, it can't just be like this. Like, we have to say something. Like, it can't just be, I don't want to be on the show no more. So I have to say something. So at the end of the show, that's what that's what at the end of the show, when I said I want to talk about what Z brought to the table and thank him for his contribution. So we all said our what he brought to the table and so what our perspective was. And so that is because I forced that because they weren't gonna do. But that's also, if you pay attention, that's when Mia spills the beans. When Mia start talking about her experience and what Z brought to the table, in that conversation, she spills the beans of why he's leaving. Because prior to that, he didn't say why. had a vibe why, because I'm watching it unfold, but he didn't say. He was just saying, I just want to do something else. I want to do something else. This is just isn't for me. And I thank you for the opportunity. Very diplomatic, you know, thank you for the opportunity. Da 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 da. So in my mind, I'm like, ooh. Now I know in my heart, he hasn't said it, but in my heart, I know it's the Dave Chappelle shit. Like I know it is. Because I've seen you change from being upbeat talking to after this happened, you barely want to talk. So then Mia says, yeah, it just got to him. The response, the backlash from the Dave Chappelle thing, it got to him. So she the one who spilled the beans. It wasn't Z. Yes, I am posting the Zoom recordings on the members only here. You think Z will ever come back? I don't see no reason. Z isn't a podcaster. The Trans Man episode he produced was good, but that was it. I think that's another thing that was a problem, but that's been a problem since early on, like the first year. Um, I've been doing it all by myself, and I haven't. And they weren't really. I didn't mind all the editing, but as far as the producing, I, they never done any of the producing. Like I always was like, "Yo, can y'all produce an episode where it's just y'all?" And it felt every time that they produce something on it, like Mia has never produced one. Like I've tried to get her. I wanted Mia to do an episode with nothing but like younger trans women, where it was 30 and under, and and she just never. I was like, "Have you hit some girls up to be on the show?" And she was like, "Yeah, I hit some people, but they did it." So she never actually followed through with it because I wanted it to be 30 and under. I wanted it to be like Gen Z girls. But yeah, it didn't work out. And but I started to shift how I paid them because I pay them. And so it used to be based on percentage, like as far as like whatever we make money. Two things that was annoying to me. So whatever money that we made, 15% we donate to other people, like other podcasts, other organizations that we fuck with, you know, to go towards, you know, our activism shit. And so that 85%, it used to be it used to be 2020, 2020. It used to be 25, 25, 35 split, percentage wise. 25, 25, 35, right? Ain't that 85? Is that the right? I think it is. That's 85. So 2020 is 40 plus a 30. I can't remember. But they had a percentage of the rest of the 85. And every time we would get a gig, like say say that we would have a like say when we had Spotify, when we got the Spotify contract in 2019, that was the biggest check we have ever gotten. Like as for Marsha's Play. Not the biggest check that I've gotten, but Marsha's Play, that's the biggest check. So when they came to me, they came to to they came with a price that would only been for me. And I said to the people, I was like, it's three people on my podcast. Y'all have to pay them too. So, and the rate you talk about right now is me for a Diamond Styles. And it was a substantial amount of money. And I was like, so you need to do my other I'm not cutting my rate for them. You need to give them money too if you want all three of us. And that negotiation happened and they paid them my rate. So cool. great. Let's sign the contract. We all getting paid. We doing this thing for y'all, Spotify. So it started to be like that, where not only am I making money for y'all, and I'm not taking some cut from it, I'm making money. Every gig that we have from our live show, from any kind of, I'm literally being not only the producer of the show, but also the manager of getting y'all more money. And I didn't like that. I like y'all getting money, but I didn't like I'm doing all this work and y'all can't even produce a show, one episode. Like y'all can't like I'm not asking y'all to produce all the time, but y'all couldn't even produce. I'm asking you a certain type of episode. Y'all couldn't even produce that one episode. And I'm asking y'all got access to the Instagram and the social media. I'm asking y'all to post. I'm asking y'all for like 3 posts a week because I want to post like 9 times. And if I post 3 and you post 3 and you post 3, we got 9 posts. And y'all can't even post. So it felt like the growth of the podcast, I was doing all the work. I was doing all the promotion. I was doing all the money. I was doing everything. So the percentage of the money that was growing, it felt like they were getting paid more for doing nothing, to actually do less. So I had to shift how I paid. So I just put it as, once I got my business shit together, I just put it to where I hired them on, got a W-9 from them and hired them on as the host. So I paid them a flat rate every episode. Not a percentage. So however much it grows, everything grow is me. And I just pay y'all a flat rate for every episode that y'all do. And so that works more fairly to me. And so they only would record for like 2 hours a week. And so I paid them well above, you know, you know. So and so each episode, each one of them get a certain amount, and you know, like and it built up because the money that we made got her to get her BBL. Like I was able to give her whole check because what they were doing was they weren't they were having me basically hold their money. Like they were having me because it's out of sight, out of mind, they were using me as a saving account. And so once every year I would keep it and then boom, give it to them. I used to pay them every week, but they told me to stop doing that because they were using me as not using me, not like they were using me as kind of like a bank account. So so it was working out. So once I switched it to that way, it didn't feel unfair anymore. It felt like, and I started telling people who was who I coming to get us that they have to contact them to do negotiate their prices because I'm not their manager. They're their own manager, so contact them. So yeah, um, Mia should do a House of Prodigy episode. Wouldn't that be interesting? Yes, that's 85. Yes, work. They weren't worthy, and I hate to see them go, but I love to see them leave. Mia is still there. Mia has not gone anywhere. Mia is still here. Um, a similar trio set to the Friend Zone. They rotated the production every week. Yeah, is that with Hey Friend Hey? I would. I don't mind the editing part. It's really the promotional part. It's really I would love for them. The editing part. That's the part I like. That's fun. And me just doing the editing part, that's okay. But it's the promotional part. I want them to be more engaging. I want them to post more. I want them to use our social media to post and create things because I don't want to have to hire a social media person. When it's three of us, we should be able to handle it. What's next? I can see you on reality TV. I'm not really that. I'm honestly, y'all. I'm a behind the scenes girl. I don't want to be in front of the camera. I wanna create. Like my dream, if I could do what I want to do, my dream is to produce, like get some money behind me and produce like actual shows, be a showrunner. But I don't want to do reality TV. I don't like that. I would, if the opportunity came, I think I would do it if the money was right. I would do it, but because that opportunity can lead to what I want, so I would do it, but that wouldn't be my dream to do. My dream would be somebody give me some money to produce um, a show of my own. Um, any update on the roundtable y'all did? No update yet. It's done being edited. Now we're kind of just shopping it around. I don't own it. I got paid a lot of money to be a part of it and produce it, but I'm not the owner. So you kind of produce our documentary. Yes, that's the reason why that was such an amazing experience for me because I produced that. Me and Tony produced that. That's from us. So but they fronted the money. So they paid me up front to produce it with him. And so any kind of I don't think they're gonna do anything silly, but um they own it because they create their money is what created it. The trans 101 themes and the new podcast intros are scrumptious. Yes, I love the trans 101. That the trans 101 theme music is actually low key my favorite music. Um the new podcast intro is kind of low key shade to Z. If I'm gonna be honest, it's low key shade because I felt shaded a little bit. So I needed to make a new song, and the song needed to reflect what I was feeling. It's a new day, a new day today. You got another chance. It's a new day, a new day. You can make it better than yesterday. My pen game nasty. I know how to write. My pen game is nasty, so I know how to write a song to reflect how I'm feeling. To make it better than yesterday. It's a new day, a new day, a new day today. It is about. But yeah, Trans 101 theme music is my favorite. I love that. I love it, love it, love it, love it. But I still like it will be all right. It will be all right. It will be all right. Yeah, 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 yeah. I love that one too. I love that one too. Um, yeah. But yes, I would love to produce, be a showrunner. I would love to. What's next? What's next is my damn book. I want to be an author. I want to have director of Black Trans Women's Inc. I am the host and producer of Marsha Play Podcast, and I'm the author of The Love Beneath. I want to say that, and then after that, I'm gonna have an album. I have out, which is probably why I haven't released some songs, but I'm gonna have an album that says that this is my original work, music, It don't matter if it sells. It is the fact that it exists. I want to be able to say that. Where can I find Hey Y'all? I have not put it out yet because I think Hey Y'all might go on my album. So I haven't, it's done, but there's some songs that I have that are kind of like special to me, and that's one of them. And I use it for my intros because I wanted a more gender neutral intro. So, hey brother, hey sister, hey sibling, how are you? That's such a gender neutral song. So when I have guests, it was just a perfect song for my guest. And so that's the only reason why I put it on those videos because it's a beautiful song. It's a beautiful song. So I haven't I finished the song, but I haven't put it out because I think that's gonna be one of my album numbers. So when are we updating the outro? Because it's weird to hear Z at the end of the episode. So that was just me honoring a piece of our past. I don't want to change the outro because Z was a part of our journey for 4 years. I don't want to erase that part. So yeah, I don't want to erase that part. I have an outro that matches the new day. I have an outro, but I decided to keep the old outro because it honors the past. Do you ever see the guy again that ran away from the group home when you came back? Yes, yes, I have. I have seen him. I have seen him. Yes, 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 yes. I haven't talked about him. Oh, I have not. I have not. I have not. So you have to hear about him in the book. Yes, I have. I have talked about him. I have the video. I haven't talked about our adult self, but the last video I did about him was guarding your back doors. You should listen to that. That's Love Beneath. That's the last video that's about that dude, that's about Gerald. But Gerald is gonna be in my second book. He's not gonna be in my first. Well, he's a part of my first because it's part of the Love Beneath part. Um, yes, that's guarding the back door. That wasn't Eric. That was Gerald. Um, um, but so how I'm setting the books up. So the Love Beneath, my very first book, is going to be from my birth until I go to college. My second book is going to be my college and my 20s. So all of college, because I went to college at 19 and I turned 20 my freshman year. So college all the way till I'm 30. That's my second book. And my third book is going to be my my 30s. My you know, 30s is it's basically my activist journey. It's really um I don't have a lot of love stuff happening in my 30s because once I start fucking with Jamarcus, I don't really try to be with no niggas. I don't really try to be with in my 30s. I don't try to be with nobody. Once I leave Keenan, I try to the dude in the video, Angry Birds video. We have been fucking around for a minute, but when I stop fucking with him, I don't try to be in any relationships in my 30s. So my 30s is not about love. It's about me growing in community. So my 30s is about that. But my 20s is about love, it's about friendships, it's about shit. My 20s, that's survival, that's shifting from, a young woman to you know, that really a woman, a self-actualized woman. My world diamond is the star. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. But yes, but my first book is called The Love Beneath. It is just a deeper version of what y'all hear on The Love Beneath. Deeper versions, reflections. It is telling. It's the story. The whole book is about love. It's about all kinds of love. It's about in my teens, from the time I was born to 19. So love that happened in between those years, not 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 just romantic, all love, maternal love, brotherly love, romantic love, physical love, all love, godly love, holy love. Um, the chapters are based on love. Like every story I tell you and reflect on is how love showed up in my life, how it was not given to me, how it was given to me, how it showed up in various ways, um, how my queerness interacted with it, all that kind of stuff. Is it written? Yes, it is written. Everything is done. Like as far as writing, it is totally done. Right now, I am with the editor, and we are currently, you know, we're going through each chapter, making sure everything I want to say is what I want to say. Anything I want to add, what chapter is going to be first, what chapter is going to be fifth, what chapter is going to be ninth, what chapter is going to be 20th. I think it's like going to be 24, 25 chapters. There's some chapters that I'm combining now because now that I'm going through it and reading it, some of them have similar themes. Um, like these three chapters, the subtitle of all these chapters is going to be called Private Parts. But it is all about private parts, but not necessarily the goods. Sometimes the goods, but it's called Private Part because that's the theme, and each story is talking about private parts. And you would think that it's talking about the goods, but it's some are not, and it's a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff. Um, but yeah, it's a lot of talk about love, how love showed up. Do you have the cover yet? Will it be a photo shoot or literature? Yes, I showed the cover the other day. Not the other day, but maybe like a couple of months ago. But I can show you the cover now. It will not be a photo shoot. I already knew what my book cover was going to look like. I have been took my book cover. I have been I have been The Love Beneath by Diamond Styles Collier, The Journey to Love and Womanhood. Isn't it so cute? I love it. I love it. It's so cute. I love it, love it, love it. I took that picture in 2010 and I was like, this is my book cover. In 2010, I took that picture in 2010 and I was like, oh, this is my book cover. I wanted the sun to be beaming on me. I want it to look like a road because right here, I want this to look like a road, but I wanted the sun to be shining so it looks like you're driving down the road and like a path, like a but also I want it to be under the sun so it can look like I'm this is the love beneath. It's under. It just was a perfect thing for me. I loved it. um But yeah, I got like a bunch of songs on SoundCloud, y'all, that you can download. It's a ton of songs that you can download there. I have them downloadable. You can download it. Have a good day. Night, 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 night. We should be asleep. Oh, it's like almost 4 hours. We just got into tons of conversation. Um, but night, night. You hope to come from the book. What do I hope to come from the book? Gosh, the book is intended to. I'm really feeling a vibe that it's really for parents. It's because it's my teenage years. It's really for parents. It's really for parents to read it. It's for people to read it. It's everybody can read it, but I'm giving parents a view into the life of a queer person like myself, assigned male at birth, and how these questions about my gender, questions about the agency over my body, questions about patriarchy and misogyny, and seeing seeing the feelings of how I was treated compared to regular boys, compared to girls, how I could see three levels of oppression, even at 9 years old. Um, and I'm just kind of going in depth as an adult, reflecting on things happening in my life as a queer boy, and then how that shifted once I became a trans girl. Um, but also, this is the queer trajectory, also the socioeconomic trajectory. I went from a poor hood mama to a poor hood mama who was on crack. So how does that shift my relation to the world? And I'm talking about, her getting caught up in the prison industrial complex through the 1994 crime bill. Um, night night, the crime bill. So it's really just it's historical, my history in regards to that, and because I'm giving reflection of what was happening politically in the world as well. But I'm also just reflecting on a young boy's relationship with the world, and as I go further and then shift to being a young teenage girl to a young teenage older teenage, and then a young woman. The end is a young woman as a 19-year-old. Um, I would love to see you both together again. Who? Me and who? So it's just about love. It's about I share stories with my brother and how. Let me give y'all a perfect example. So recently, I hit my brother up, and I say, "This is what I asked my brother." I say, um, which is kind of wild. I say, because there's in his chapter, I would love to see you both together again. Yeah, she's probably, um, like I said, we got some songs we doing together. So yeah, you're gonna see whatever happens in my life. As you can see, that bitch. As soon as I move to Houston, where's she at? Houston. Whatever I'm doing, she gonna be there. She's gonna be a part of it. That's my sister. We ain't never gonna um whatever I'm doing or being a part of. She when I did produce my first documentary, she was in it. She's in it. So she's gonna be a part of whatever I got going on because I believe in her talent and I believe in her. So whatever happens, she's gonna be there. She's not podcast fish, but she's been on podcasts. She's been on the podcast twice. Well, maybe like three times now. So she's been on it too. um, so yeah, she'll be here. Is there a particular So this is what I say to my brother because I wanted to go in depth in his in brotherly love with my brother and how that kind of manifested differently in both my brothers. Still love, but how it manifested differently. I say, is there a particular incident that happened in our lives that indicated to you personally that I loved you? I've never asked my brother this because when you're dealing with your brother and when you're dealing with your siblings, the love is kind of like you automatically assume you, my brother, I love you, and it automatically assumes that that's what it is. But if when you ask it, you get if you ask somebody that you don't know what incident in their life indicated that to them because you're not them. You don't know their perspective. You know your own, but you don't know. And so this is what my brother wrote back. So that was like 5 p.m. He didn't write me back until like 10 o'clock on that night. He says, we were living on 35. 35 is in Mississippi. He said we had the lights out and you were playing a CD on the PlayStation. The song "The Storm Is Over Now." Y'all remember the God's Property album? The storm is over now as I walk alone. I'm not on my own. I feel like I can make it. The storm is over now. Y'all remember that song? That song. He said that song started to play and you started to cry. And he said you started to cry and you told me to come here and you started to pray over me and you have never done that before. um you never done that before or after. You never have done that before or after. You started to cry and pray over our situation. And w- yeah, it was he said you were we were crying and we you were crying and you was praying. And I said, and when he sent me that, I remembered the moment because I said that was the most depressing fucking year of my life. It was fucking depressing. It was one of the most depressing, just culturally, I felt alone. Culturally, it was a culture shock because I'm coming from this city to this rural area of the country in Mississippi where white people are evil. And there were no trans people, and I'm coming from a place where I had a whole community of people, and so I'm coming down here, and it was, it was the millennial hasn't happened, and if you grew up in the '90s, everybody was dreaming about what they would do when the year 2000 came. Everybody would say, "Oh, what we gonna do?" And it was like this dream, like you have a fantasy of what you would be doing New Year's Eve for 2000, because that was a big deal. It was the century was changing. And so I'm gonna be in fucking rural Mississippi for the 2000s, not around any of my friends that I done grew up with, and I'll be stuck in this fucking rural ass town. I was fucking evilly depressed. Depressed. And then my mother had relapsed, got back on drugs, and it's just me and my fucking brother in this fucking shotgun ass house in Walnut Grove, Mississippi on 35, Highway 35. Fucking mosquitoes eating us up because fucking they can get through the little cracks of the fucking shotgun ass house. It was the worst. It was the worst. And I just hated it. People was coming to the house fucking looking at me like I was fucking like a caged gorilla because they wasn't my mother was saying that they never she was like nobody in our family ever came to our house. Like they only are coming here to see you because they heard that you was a trans woman, you was a tranny, and you look just like a girl and you live as a girl. And so people literally and me and my mama would play with it. Like she would literally, they would come to the house expecting my mother to let them into the house. Like This is family, so this is not strangers. They would come. Oh, we just wanted to stop by and see how you're doing, and and literally, my mama would come out on the porch and sit on the porch and talk to them, and you could see them squirming to try to get her to either bring me out or bring them in, just to see me. And I heard your other child had come down. Where's she at? Oh, she in there sleeping. And we would just play with them. And they would keep coming back to see. They'll drive past, like say that they'll drive past on 35. And if they see me on the porch, they'll try to turn around and come and get in the house. And I'll get up and go back in the house. But that's what they would fucking do. They would come over just to try to look at me. And it felt like very display animal. And so my mama's boyfriend was dumb as a fucking box of rocks. So even having conversations with him, and he was abusive. So he would take my mama off. I'm like 18. He would take my mama off and beat her up and bring her back. He would never try to fight her while we was here because he knew we was gonna beat your ass. But he would take my mama off and beat her and bring her back. And we wouldn't know it's happening because my mama would hide it. And we would see her with fucking black eyes and shit. Like the next day, kinda. So fucking stupid. This was like the worst time. Worst, 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 worst. And so that day, because I grew up in the church, and that is the tools that are only fucking tools that you have when you're dealing with problems. We never been no fucking therapist. We never been no fucking you know what I'm saying? We a hood fucking country ass family. We are not learning tools to deal with stress. We're not learning tools to deal with the shit that's happening in our lives. The only tool I had was to pray. Because I grew up in a culture church, the only thing I knew to do was to pray. And not that I believe that now, because I have more tools now. But in the moment when I'm 18, that's the only thing I fucking know to do. And so it was so bad. And I just prayed over my brother. And prayed over us, prayed over our lives, and asked God to protect us. Ask because I hadn't been introduced to Orisha yet. I hadn't been introduced to Orisha worship and ancestor worship, and in that part of my religion now. So I was still engulfed in that culturally Christian shit. And so for me, it was like, man, this shit is fucked up. Like I really don't, I really hate this fucking bullshit. I hate this life. And the only thing I know to do is to pray over it. God, I need you to come in and help. I need you to come in and help. Shit. And and for my brother to tell me that was when he knew that I loved him. Woo! That pierced something. Not that I didn't think my brother, not that I didn't think my brother knew that I loved him, but I didn't remember that was the moment. I didn't remember that was the moment. But it happening. But I remember the moment because I knew we needed some kind of intercession. And the Bible says the Spirit will make an intercession for you. And I'm not a Christian, but in the moment, that's all I knew. That's all I knew. And the Bible said the Spirit will make an intercession for you. If you don't know what to pray for, whoo, shit. When you don't know what to pray for, just get on your knees and moan. Shit. And that's what I did. And whatever it did, it affected my brother in a way. Yeah. I have more tools now, but at the time, that was the only tool I had. Pray. But yes, but that's what the book is about. The book is about love and how it showed up in different ways. I didn't know I was gonna get emotional. I'm sorry. Yeah, how love showed up, and that's what the book is about. Yeah, my mother's name is Deanna. Yeah, but yeah, we came out of it. But we came out of it out as pure gold. We are tried in the fire, out as pure gold. Hey. But yes, y'all, we've been on here 4 hours. Woo! We've been on here a long time. So thumbs up if you're still here. Thumbs up. I will chat with y'all. I done got emotional and everything, baby. um, yeah, so I will chat with y'all. I will see y'all next Friday. Let me see if I have any events coming up. Um, oh shit, I gotta pay my rent today. Blue Bayou. I'm going back someday. Come what may to Blue Bayou. It's one of my favorite songs. Where the folks are fine and the world is mine on Blue Bayou. Where the fishing boats will sail the float, and I could only see a familiar sunrise through happy eyes. How happy I be. All right, nothing today. Nothing coming up. Huh. This week was so busy because of fucking Trans Visibility Week. Now this week, honey, the girls aren't performing, so ain't nothing going on but regular work. I got something called Outstanding Live documentary. Sweet. Something. Anyway. But all right, y'all. I love y'all. Thank y'all for watching, whoever's been here the whole time. Thank y'all. I will see y'all later. Be good.